Baby. Hell yeah. Alright. We're doing part 2 in... What is it? Media. Infinite Wealth. Let's go get it. I'm gonna put on another podcast. There's nothing interesting on YouTube, man. That Chris Brennan podcast was... It was informative, but it was... boring. Mr. Mediker's back?
Because I know the owner of Kiwi Farms is going to watch this video, I have a couple of words for Joshua Moon. Joshua, you are complicit in making multiple people commit suicide. You have made enemies everywhere. The legacy you are going to leave behind in this world is one of creating and operating a platform that for nearly a decade has tormented countless people. One day, you are going to get sloppy, and your entire life is going to collapse like a house of cards.
Alright, we're on chapter 5.
And when that day comes, no one will be there to help you. Ooh, that's why you love me.
My fart queen.
Good song.
Well, a woo to you, Chad. Oh, it's the end of the month already. Can you believe it? Time flies. The year's just going by so quickly. What a fantastic month this has been. We've got a big event. A big event to talk about. The kerfuffle. Internet 2 Electric Boogaloo. Perhaps hashtag Gamergate 2. Dare we dream, chat? Is it time? I know Sergen is painting models with Arcada right now. Maybe we should all go inform him. Gamergate 2 is officially a go! It's time, Brianna Wu has said Gamergate 2, Sargon. It is fucking time. Lead us. Lead us into glorious battle. It's time to take back video games, Sergen. I hope you've had a fantastic month.
Get these drink links done real quick.
What a story. What a story we have for today. A whole lot of things to cover, really. Had to push some things back, cut some other things out, because I want to talk about the kerfuffle. I want to talk about Keffals. And so we're going to be going over that in depth. The whole Kiwi Farms versus Keffals internet blood war, starring Joshua Moon as anime protagonist Naruto, because he finally fucking came out and just admitted it. I love anime. He said it. He fucking said it. That man loves anime more than I do, and I'm glad he's finally come out of the closet. It's time. Lead by example, Josh. If you want Nick to step out and sashay around, you need to be honest with yourself. We know you don't just love Naruto, you love Boruto too. Right? That's the name of the sequel? I don't know. I don't watch that much anime, Josh. You're the expert now. Generous Josh, anime lover. Chat, are you ready for the fun? Now, I don't know how many of you have paid attention to this. Maybe you've seen bits and pieces of it. It's been an ongoing thing that stretches back, I'd say, the real origin of it, months and months and months ago. But I will try to go through this as best I can, because I do think this is an important issue to talk about. I know, Gear the Chud, high energy and laughs, but this is a legitimate, important issue to talk about, because it has larger implications for things that go on the internet. Now, Keffals, if you're unaware, things have escalated and now they're in hiding. Keffals is somebody that made a name for themselves on social media by ratioing people on Twitter, which I don't even think is a proper term. They're using it in a weird way. Now ratio just means how many little, ass slaps and upvotes. I gotta get me my upvotes on Twitter, apparently. That's ratioing them. Little likes, little hearts. You know, that's kind of how they made their name. But oh boy, did the drama hit over the past 2 weeks. And Keffals had to go into hiding. Not just hiding, had to flee the continent. Had to
Flee
go
the
across an
continent.
ocean because of the goddamn A-logs.
What's an A-log?
Keffals probably should have reached out to Ralph. Could have given some pointers and tips on how to deal with the damn A-hogs. Now, I like to call this properly, this video itself, like marking it in time chronologically on like a fucking a track. I would call this Phase 1. This is officially Phase 1. Things have escalated, and now I've gone into hiding. And what does Phase 1 consist of? Well, I think it touches on what is the larger issue here. Who is Keffals? You know, who is Keffals? Keffals is the same type of person you've seen 1,000 times
God
on the
bless
internet.
me.
You know, Grifton gets thrown out a lot.
Indeed, God bless
about
me.
fucking everybody.
He says, "Hello, mate.
Oh,
You
it's a
stream pretty
grifter.
cool.
Oh, it's a grifter.
That is why I followed you, and I would like to
Keffals
be
is a grifter.
fan. If you don't
con
mind,
man.
kindly add me up on Discord using my
A flip
handle,
flat man. Selling snake
Spencer02.
oils. Literally, and we'll get to that later too.
I'll hit you up, man.
But Keffals
How's your day
is
going?
it's attention whoring. There used to be terms for things like this. GOTUS. It's somebody that wants power, money, fame. And you can
Have you
see
joined the Discord?
the implications and the effects of that after the Phase
for
1
the
I've
follow.
gone into hiding kicked in. The grift has worked. Look at the numbers. On their GoFundMe, nearly $100,000 raised. Their Patreon sitting at $2,500 a month. Now, what does Keffals do? They ratio people on Twitter. That's Keffals' content that they're getting $100,000 for and are being paid monthly $2,500 for. But it's not just the money. No, it's the attention. This is a typical example during what's been going on. I got denied for verification on Twitter. This is them using and leveraging their audience to try to force a social media platform to give them a little blue check mark so they have just a bit more power that they can use and abuse when they get into fights with people that disagree with them. And that's what Keffal does day in and day out. Now, Keffals has stated that they've run for their life. They've taken a fucking secret plane flight across the ocean. You're never gonna find me. I've gone into hiding. I'm in some super secret military base, 450 miles
What a
down in the Antarctic.
narrative.
But I'm still gonna get on Twitter and start slap fights. Okay? So, what have they gained
Quick
so
level
far
ups,
from
man.
Phase 1? A fucking lot of money, verification to piss on anybody they want, and they are the darling right now, the media darling of the press, because they're all writing articles. Now, you can see how Keffals, like, let's start, I'd say, closer to the beginning, right, with Destiny. When Keffals was on Twitter, ratioing people and reporting things, this is stuff they were talking about. They were glad. This is who Keffals is. These quotes, these tweets, these are real. I just took away your primary source of income. I will continue tagging Twitter support. Can my followers boost this? So Keffals wanted to get Destiny because he had an opinion they didn't like. Wanted to get Destiny banned off of Twitch, banned off of Twitter, have their income taken away, have their life get shit on. They went after his fucking wife when this was all going on. Sound familiar? Have you noticed a
His
theme
ex-wife.
of Year of the Chud for the last, since the beginning, all the way back to Jack Murphy? It seems to be a certain type of person. It's not even political. It's personality that want to basically deplatform, ban, censor, and just ruin anybody that disagrees with them, makes fun of them, talks about them, and they will use any means available to them to do it. We had Murphy going after people because of a super chat. We had Nick going after people because he doesn't like being laughed at. We had Ralph going after people because he's an idiot. And we've got Keffals doing the same. It's the same fucking thing. These people are all the same. It's baked into them. It's not even a left and right thing. It's a personality fucking problem with these people. And this wasn't even good enough. As Keffals has gained more followers and more money and more power and has become their, the media darling, they're still fucking angry about Destiny. This is a more recent one. Listen to this shit. This is what, just 4 days ago. They're referring to Kiwi Farms. If this site stays online, another trans person will be murdered by Joshua Moon.
Does it?
And the
Storyline
users of
ever
his
get
forum.
resolved with
If we can get Destiny's
creepy
account
mascot
clapped,
guy and their
there will be a
little
chilling effect on people
conspiracy?
who are willing to show public support for Josh and his legion of sociopaths. So even months later, after trying to get Destiny's income taken away from him, after trying to get Destiny deplatformed, they are still fucking angry about it. And they still want to get his, quote-unquote, account clapped. Want to take out, Destiny. Destiny. He's really well known for being, a horrific right-wing troon hunter, isn't he? That's what, when I think of Destiny, I think neo-Nazi. That's what we all know fucking Destiny for. Oh, boy, that guy's right-wing. But Keffals wants him destroyed because he didn't put up with their shit. Because Destiny wasn't gonna fucking bend a knee to this bullshit. Unfucking real. So what is the origin of the current kerfuffle? It's a war between a forum on the internet, Kiwi Farms, and our little media darling here, Keffals. And why is this war going on? It's because they have a thread on Kiwi Farms where people talk about the dumb shit Keffals has said, where people talk about the dumb shit Keffals has done, where they talk about Keffals' past and past statements and past actions and associations, where they say mean things about Keffals. And Keffals has decided that Kiwi Farms must be destroyed. Joshua Connor Moon must be destroyed. I mean, you can see it in this fucking tweet. If that site stays online, another trans person will be murdered by Josh Moon. Who the fuck is Josh killed? I'm pretty sure the last time a trans person knocked on Josh's door, he was in the toilet taking a shit. I don't think Josh Moon has personally murdered anyone. Nor do I believe that his fucking forum has killed anyone. But we'll get into more of this as we go. So Keffals is
Block
mad
out
this
the
fucking
women's
forum
bathroom.
exists. Keffals is mad there are threads talking about dumb shit Keffals does. And Keffals wants to use their growing celebrity status, social media influence, to take on anybody that would dare to question that
We have to do
or to run
Alan
contrary
right
to
now?
that. And the ridiculous shit that they're saying out there, as this has been going on, because they're really full of themselves. I mean, they are narcissistic to a T. Keffals and their supporters are very narcissistic. They think they're untouchable, that they can get anything done. And if you've watched for the last week, you've probably seen that's not true at all. I mean, they're talking about the Kiwi Farms Air Force. Kiwi Farms, an internet forum. They believe Josh Moon has a drone swarm. All right, there's only one person here
All right, man,
that has a drone
that's-
swarm. You're listening to him talk right now.
Sounds like
and
some
I don't rent my Air
schizoids.
Force out to Kiwi. This is from Trans Salamander on Twitter. Drop Kiwi Farms because they've flown drones over our ranch to take pictures, try to get us in trouble with the cops claiming we abuse our animals, and made the choice for me as to whether or not I'd make my last name public. So in there, like this, you know how Ralph talks about fan fiction farms? Picture this. They believe that Josh Moon, hiding somewhere in Eastern Europe, has an it would have to be international, because it's got to go across the fucking ocean. Intercontinental. So Josh Moon has an intercontinental air force of fucking drones that he uses to hunt down trans people all across America. He's flying them over, taking pictures of their am holes against their consent. And it's just believed. Throw it up. Sure, why not? Josh Moon has a drone swarm, and he's out there troon hunting. That's fucking case closed. We don't need any validation on it. He's doing it. Amazing. Now, you can. I love. One of the funniest things about Keffals is they get super arrogant and high off their own farts, and they'll make a statement, a very grandiose one, And then like an hour later, the opposite happened. Here's a great fucking example. Josh Boone, you laughed at me when I said I was going to work as hard as I could to get your heinous website offline. Now who's laughing? Yeah, Josh Boone. Who's laughing now? With your website. Oh wait, the website's online right now? You could go to kiwifarms.net right now? That website, that's still on the internet? Oh shit, Keffels, I think I know who's laughing.
Titus? Recognize that laugh from when I'm not even watching it. 3,000 miles away.
I don't know, maybe fucking Josh is laughing, Keffels. Because every time you threaten to take down his website, he somehow has gotten it back online with like in an hour or a day. Kiwi Farms goes down every month because there are a bunch of people, Keffels, just like you that are real big mad about it. So they spend their check every payday trying to take down Kiwi Farms. It's the new Ed. Maybe you're too much of a, I don't know, a fucking Zoomer to remember this, but when Encyclopedia Dramatica was the big bad boy on the block, and everybody had a problem with that, it was, oh, I'm going to take down Ed. Now, they had a lot of help because half of the sysops and owners of Ed were all heroin addicts that would, you know, like, nod out for a week and a half. The site would go to shit, and they'd steal donation money. But the point is, it's not a new concept. I'm going to take down Kiwi Farms. Oh, we're just doing shit that's already been done. So there's Keffels, very angry, start their crusade against Kiwi Farms, goes into hiding because they've been swatted, claiming to have been swatted. Changed the story 3 times on how the swatting happened. Did the cops come in with guns? Did they knock on the door? Did they have a warrant? Did they not have a warrant? Did they take anything? Nonetheless, Keffels is fleeing the country. And in the midst of all of this, for no reason at all, because the internet loves insanity and everybody loves a good fucking drama, let's get MTG involved. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of our elected representatives, ends up getting swatted, and this is mind-blowing because they're so dumb they believe I'm actually, my brain is slow. It's stopping. The words "no work, no good, no more." I feel like Andy Worski. I just got hit by self-pop. Because when you read this, you'd think that maybe you don't take it as seriously as you would be led to believe. 911 received a call from the suspect, claims that he's connected to the website kiwifarms.net, stated that their username is Autistic Right. So, they get swatted while this is going on. And then the person that swats them calls back and says, by the way, just in case you didn't know, I'm a moderator on kiwifarms.net. Hail Joshua Moon, the corn harvester. Also, I'm a mod there, and I love to sweep it up. And of course, Marjorie, being the big brain person that she is, goes on and says, we need to eradicate Kiwi. I don't fucking believe this is happening.
The suspect claims that he or she is connected to this website, which is a site that actually supports cyber stalking. The suspect even gave police their username. So basically, as you pointed out, this is
the language they use.
Intending to do harm via cyber stalking. You said you fully want to, prosecute whomever did this, and I'm assuming that suspect is still at large, right?
Yes, there's an investigation underway, and there's an even investigation into whether that's really the person that did this. But isn't it concerning that such a website exists? Like, why does that even exist? That website needs to be taken down.
It's a leaf, Chitose.
So this big brain politician, well, I don't know if that's really true. It's probably not. But that website's bad. We need to get rid of it. What the fuck are you talking? What are you smoking? What the fuck do you mean? That'd be like if the person had called back and instead of saying Kiwi Farms and I'm a moderator, then said something like, this is Elon Musk. This is Elon Musk from Twitter. It's like, we need to get rid of Twitter right now. That Elon Musk guy's a bad news.
There should be no business or any kind of service where you can target your enemy That's absolutely absurd, and this is the type
What
of
are you supposed to do with your
lawlessness
enemies?
Democrats want
Not
all over the
target
country.
them?
You know, Democrats are the party of defund the
Can you
police,
imagine
which
playing a
is-
video game and
which is
not targeting your
creating
enemy?
crime that is going out of control all over the country, but it's also failure of our government, failure of our law enforcement to not take down a website like that. Like, all of these types of groups need to be completely eradicated.
Completely eradicated. What a dumb. What a dumb. Let me just say it like that. Let me use my censored speech and just say what a dumb. So Kiwi Farms needs to be eradicated and removed from the internet because you got swatted by somebody obviously using a fake name. And then what happens? What's the follow-up? Swatted again. Swatted twice. It's a twofer. The rep got a twofer. Marjorie got a twofer. Now, I don't know if what name they gave the second
You're
time.
stunned.
I'm pretty sure I saw the police report. I don't know if they called
Telegraphed
back
your
in saying it
attacks.
was another moderator or a completely unrelated person. Who fucking knows? Swatted twice. So here's Keffels. They start their war with Kiwi Farms. Now we get a rep that gets swatted, making the story bigger. News media is picking it up. But I wanted to focus on one aspect I personally see. We can talk about the stuff Keffels has said, Keffels has done, and we will get to that. But I want to show you how Keffels behaves. Because it's really interesting when somebody paints himself as a martyr or as a victim on social media or, you know, just anywhere on the internet. And then how do they behave once they have the spotlight on them? Keffels' argument is that Kiwi Farms is terrible, that they dox people, that they swat people, that they put up information that leads to harm, and that these things, these actions are bad. That Kiwi Farms is a place where these actions can happen, and it needs to be removed because it's a bad thing to have happen. So clearly, if Keffels believes all of that's terrible, well, they would never engage in anything like it, right? They'd be squeaky clean, except they're not.
Nah.
Now, my good friend, Quarantined Koof, on Twitter had a run-in with Keffels for about 2 days before they decided it wasn't working out well for them. And just some of the statements and shit that they said during that 2-day period, I think really helps to highlight that they're not they're not a martyr by any stretch of the imagination. This is Keffels. Just, you know, this is an interaction, but take a good look. What a cute family, Keffels says. Surely his mother will not lose her job because of her son's heinous actions and have to leave the internet. So
Think she's
Keffels,
mafioso?
who cries about being doxxed. Keffels, who cries about family members being involved in things. Keffels, who says that's bad, and these bad things happen on Kiwi Farms, are doing those, you know, quote-unquote bad things on Twitter instead. But that's okay. Their justification you can see higher up. My thread is full of pictures of my entire family, and Josh encouraged it. I post one photo and did not ask people to harass them. I don't care about your cry bully bullshit. That's interesting. Cry bully bullshit, Keffels. That's your grift. Who the fuck are you calling a cry bully? You did not ask people to harass them with your wink wink, nudge nudge. Boy, hope nobody takes a look at this picture of this dude's mom and fires her ass. That'd be tragic. Really?
Mr. Medicare is someone
We're
you
not
do
5
not
years
want to
old.
get into a fight with.
This isn't, you know, the internet is not comprised of kindergartners, Keffels. We can fucking read between the lines. It's fairly obvious what you're doing, what the intended effect here is. Oh, it's tragic when it happens to me. In fact, they actually say that. You don't get to dox my mother and then cry victim when I post photos of your mother, Joshua.
Thank you.
You started this. I wouldn't have even known about your shitty website had you
Ooh.
not pinned my newly created thread to the homepage. Anything that happens to you is your own fault. Somebody ring a fucking bell. Keffels, is that really? Anything that happens to you is your own fault. Keffels, are you sure you want to go with that? With all the shit that's happening to you right now, anything that happens to you is your own fault. That's the mantra? Is everything fair game? Is that what you're saying, Keffels? So, I guess I'm fucking confused. Is Kiwi Farms bad because it allows you to do shit? Because it seems you can do that exact same shit outside of Kiwi Farms. Or is doxing people's family bad? Because again, I'm confused. You're doing it. Which is it, Keffels? Also, I love it. Quarantine Koof calls them out on misgendering Josh's mother, because they did, by the way. They said lose their job because of his son. You know. And this is what your trans activist, your martyr, your freedom fighter said. I don't care that I misgendered Josh Moon's mother. Why am I being virtue signaled at? Are you fucking kidding me? For the last 2 years on the internet, if anybody doesn't use the proper pronoun, they get just screamed at.
Formidable enemies.
Not using my pronouns is an assault on me. Not using my pronouns affects my mental health. Not using the proper pronouns will lead to more trans suicide. Not using the proper pronouns is a form of bullying. But here's the trans activist, the martyr themselves, Keffels, on social media in front of their entire audience saying, I don't fucking care. I don't care that I misgendered Josh Moon's mom. Who cares about pronouns? I'm in it for the money. I'm in it for the money. Ridiculous. I also like how Keffels will put out information to try to make Kiwi Farms look terrible and then not give any context to it. Again, engaging in the same things they claim are being done to them. Kiwi Farms was initially created to stalk and harass an autistic trans woman. The main people they focus on usually have similar traits, being transgender and or neurodivergent. Again, our friend, Quarantine Coop. That's terrible. What happened to the poor innocent person this forum targeted? Checks notes. Oh, they're in prison for raping their mother. Because Keffels is talking about Christian, you know, the person we just said was on the run from the police, squeezed out of that fucking jailhouse window. That's who they're talking about.
That was some of the greatest meme moments in
Now, Keffels
American
wants to
history,
make you
dude.
think that Christian has become a terrible person solely because Kiwi Farms exists and solely because of the trolls. I would counter that Chris was drawing nude pictures of Megan all the way back in the day. That she was constantly talking about what a sex pest he was. That if you go and watch the Geno Samuel documentary, you will hear in multiple parts of that Chris talk about weird shit in regards to his mother in a sexual nature. This isn't something that Kiwi Farms cooked up. Josh Moon wasn't holding a camcorder while Chris was slamming that bar pussy, Keffels. Alright, Chris took advantage of a dementia-ridden old woman who was so far gone with Alzheimer's or brain damage or whatever the fuck is going on that he raped her. Christian raped his mother, and you're trying to make it like, oh, what?
So
This
insane.
poor, brave trans woman is being affected. Chris didn't even become trans until like 2 years ago. What the fuck are you talking about? You're leaving out some small details, Kevin. You know, some minor points of interest. When you talk about the terrible Kiwi people. Oh, poor Christian. If only that forum didn't exist, he wouldn't have been raping dementia-ridden 80-year-old women. They don't know what time of day it is. Now, for some reason, Keffels didn't like that tweet, probably because, you know, nearly 10,000 likes. Oh, the ratios or some shit. I don't know. Everything's a number. Got to crunch the numbers for support. This was their reaction to bringing up the fact that Christian raped his mother. Whether or not this is true.
Oh my
Who starts
god.
What kind of fucking reply is that? What do you mean, whether or not this is true? Hey now. You're being
Feeling
awfully
like
mean
a
to that
puppet
rapist.
on a string.
Hey, everybody, wait a second. That guy's bullying a mother raper. Hashtag don't bully the mother rapers out there. Whether or not this is true. What? Does not mean Kiwi Farms victims driven to suicide deserved it. Christian didn't kill themselves. Christian raped their mother. I would be more concerned about what happens when Twitter support finds out about your We Was Medicare ban evading. You're already banned on YouTube. Oh, don't shh, it's a secret. You're already banned on YouTube, Patreon, and everywhere else. Keep your head down. Have you noticing a common trait? They get very sassy. Who's laughing now, Josh? Destiny's about to get clapped. You better keep your head down. Here was a follow-up tweet. I don't give a shit about politeness. People like him, they're referring to Quarantine Coof. I don't give a shit about politeness. People like him want me dead. He wants all of us dead. Make sure to boost this post and let Twitter support know about his ban evasion. This is the last account he has on a public-facing platform. for an address for where Kiwi Farms is currently hosted. Do your thing. The site is down, but I know Josh Moon has expressed warm sentiment to Vladimir Putin, and the site has many Putin supporters on it. I would let them know this. Where do we even begin with this one? There are like 9 different directions we can approach this from. Let's start with the basic just narcissism. Ukraine and Russia are engaged in a fucking war right now. But Keffels, so deluded and drunk off social media e-fame, believes that they can interrupt a fucking war and get some shit done. Oh, guys, could you put your guns down? Could you, Mr. Putin, Mr. Zelensky? I understand there's some issues going on in your countries, but there's a guy on the internet that's making fun of my am-hole, and I need it shut down. Here's their physical fucking location in Kiev. By the way, everybody associated with it loves Putin. Hope nothing bad happens to anybody. Fucking really? Really? Did you think that what? You think fucking NATO's gonna jump on that? The UN's gonna do a binding resolution? Because Josh Moon's international intercontinental fucking drone fleet is taking drone pics from the air? Is that what we're believing is happening right now?
Island.
Mr. Zelensky, Mr. Putin, please stop this evil Joshua Moon. Wow. It's a level of hubris and arrogance you don't really see very much anymore. It's somebody that's just so far gone. Like, here's another example. There are many examples. Here are a couple more. The lesson I learned is the only way to earn respect is through fear. Keep up the pressure, and they will march in pride parades with us. That's a doozy. What are we learning about Keffels? This is just from like 3 or 4 days worth of tweets. They are fine doing everything they complain about. They don't have a problem with Kiwi Farms being the place to do it. Or I'm sorry, it's that Kiwi Farms allows things they don't like but want to engage in. And because they don't have the same kind of control there that they would on Twitter, that's why Kiwi Farms is bad. So they're fine with putting up family members' pictures, trying to get people fired, trying to get their income taken away, get them deplatformed, get them banned. There were more tweets. I won't put them up, but Keffels is putting up pictures of Josh's mom, arrest records, everything. And I'm not even saying that's not fair game. If Keffels' point had been, I'm totally fine with all this shit, there wouldn't be any issue. But Keffels has directly said that this is all terrible, that these things are terrible, you should never do them, and then he engages in them. And then makes statements about how people should live in fear.
Wait to never do
how they're going
Dondoko
to.
Island ever again.
I'll show you. I'll show you some of the shit Kerfuffles has been saying. This one is really good. This is a follow-up to the posting pictures of Moon's mom. Everyone upset that I posted a photo of Josh Moon's mother as being performative as hell. As a result of this forum targeting me and my mother has been doxxed, gotten threatening phone calls, letters sent to her house in my dead name, and emails harassing her for months. Keep crying. And then they followed up with this. This is archived, by the way. They deleted a lot of this. If you have an active Kiwi Farms account, I will not only post your name publicly, I will find your employer and forward them their post history. I have no tolerance for hate, and users of the site should feel more scared to get as bold as they do. This is a hate group. This is mask off. All right, there's no subtlety here. I mean, they're reveling in the idea of this. You know, little doxing here, little harassment there. But now they're going to get the names of everybody that posts on Kiwi Farms, which will wipe out half of YouTube. Because they all get their shit from Kiwi Farms, so half of YouTube's gone. They'll post their names and then forward it to... Why would you forward it to the employer? What the implication be, Keffels, of forwarding it to somebody's employer? Oh, you want to get them fired. Now imagine you're on this forum, and you've never even been in the Keffels thread. You're in the, I don't know, Chris Chan thread because you want to know about the guy that raped his mother, Keffels. And here comes Keffels, and they magically get your name, I don't know how, and then forward it to your employer. Because you need to be taught a lesson. What is it with people wanting to teach everybody a lesson on the internet lately?
It's insane.
I guess I'm just a little confused as to why so many lessons need to be taught on the internet.
It's called being terminally online.
I'll teach you a lesson. You're going to learn. You're going to learn good. Oh, my God. Oh, So this has been going on for a week. Longer if you count the initial start of it. So you got a person that desperately wants attention, power, and fame. They do it by being a reply person on anything they can. They eventually reply their way into getting attention by going after Destiny, and then start ratioing anybody they can, which is basically just banging a drum and screaming, "I'm an attention whore." They want those likes and follows. They start building that up. People start digging into them to find out who the fuck this person is. Start finding some pretty shady shit in their past. Information starts getting spread, and people are looking into them. Now suddenly they're saying they're getting swatted, they've got to flee the country. And after they've fled the country, they're screeching on social media daily about how they're going to not just go after Josh Boone or Josh Boone's family, but everybody associated with this forum. They're going to dox them and get them fired. Because you need to live in fear. You need to live in fear because that's how we get you to march and pride parades. This is your trans activist. How do we get people to support us? Oh, we put them in a state of fear because they have no other fucking alternative. Really? That's really what you want to go with. That's what we're going with. Put them in a state of fear and force them to do it because they have no other choice. Just keep the pressure up. Just dox them and put them in a state of fear. And I'm a trans activist, but I don't give a shit about pronouns. Here's my donate button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit me up on Patreon. Who cares about pronouns? Also, let's put them in a state of fear because they have no choice and they need to do what I want them to do. Oh, this is a dime a dozen bullshit that you used to see on the internet all the time. We've seen this over the last decade. This approach has been done before, Keffals. You're not unique in it. You're just really bad at it because you're flailing all over the place. Because you'll go on social media and say really stupid shit that people will screen cap and archive, and then you delete it hoping that, it just goes away, but it doesn't. Which got you into this in the first place because your fucking thread was full of statements you'd make, and then you'd kind of hush them away, make it go away. No, you clearly don't have an issue with Kiwi Farms in and of itself. You have an issue with the fact you don't have power there to do the shit you do on Twitter. That's what it is. That's what you're upset about. All the things they do and say, yeah, you don't give two fucks about that. Because you engage in it. You do it. You're mad because you can't throw your weight around on Kiwi Farms. That's what this is all about. It's attention whoring, grifting, and you're mad that Josh won't give you a special sticker that says Keffals in charge. Well, I'm sorry that he's too busy watching Boruto, whatever, to give a shit, Keffals. But apparently it's not going to happen. Sorry, Chad. Voice is getting a little sore there for a second. Let's take a small break, because this was phase one. Okay, I know I'm condensing things down a bit. I am. But think of this as phase one of what Keffals is doing, which is making themselves look stupid. That's phase one. Remember, phase one is, I've got it, things have escalated, now I'm in hiding. That's phase one. And phase one, again, made them a lot of fucking money. Made them a lot of money. Got them that verification they've been wanting. Got them all the press accolades they've been wanting. Oh, no, are they high on their farts right now going after anybody laughing at them? Keffals didn't just threaten Josh or Kiwi Farms users. Threatened anybody that would ever say something in response to them. Wanting Destiny to get banned. Went after Nick Diorio. Went after Augie RFC. Went after Nick Rekieta. Tried to get him not just banned and deplatformed. Tried to get his legal license taken away. Why? Because Nick doesn't agree with their stupid shit. If you make a statement against Keffals, they're gonna start doing their ratio thing to try to get you disappeared from the internet. So that's phase one. But that still leaves, we've got phase two coming up. Now phase two is more recent. This came out Tuesday, so just yesterday. Just yesterday, phase two finally was initiated. We've got a green.
I can't get this
green for
stupid
go on the
fish.
am-holes. Boys, let's kick the tires, light the fires. It's phase two of the MCU. So, Keffals announces, I'm going to do a live stream. Phase two for the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign is a go. And what is phase two? Let me sum it up for you. Phase two was an hour-long live stream in which Keffels basically said 3 things. One, they created a website where they could yell about Josh Moon and how terrible Kiwi Farms is, and blame Kiwi Farms for the suicide of 3 people. That was the big thing. There's also a giant donate button. Can't forget that. That's part 1 of phase 2. Part 2 of phase 2 was an email campaign. They're going to email Cloudflare and complain a lot, and make Cloudflare get rid of protection for Kiwi Farms. That way they can DDoS it. And I'm not even kidding you. Initially, when Keffels was talking about this, it's blatant what they're talking about. We want to get rid of, DDoS protection for Kiwi Farms, so it can be taken off the internet through illegal means. That's phase 2. Part 2 of phase 2. And then part 3 of phase 2, the real, the cherry on top, is a in real life announced protest for October 18th at a Cloudflare event out in, I think, San Francisco, California. So build a website to put up all the things you want to say because you hate Josh Moon, you hate Kiwi Farms. Give out a bunch of email addresses to people that, like the janitor at Cloudflare, Keffels. I mean, who are we emailing? And then the final, thing is a in real life protest, and then saying they can't ignore us. This is the big deal. Now you can tell this was kind of cobbled together quickly. They're repeating paragraphs and spelling mistakes. Looks very Angel Fire-esque in its construction. Now you're saying, Jim, why don't you go on the website and show it to us? I'm not touching that website. Keffels has probably declared that they've, IP logging people that use their chat feature through, Keffels.gg. So who knows what the fuck's going on with that website. But I saved you an hour, and I saved you a scroll. Now, if you want to see exactly what's on the website, you could go there. Or you could go to Keffels' thread on Kiwi Farms, because Kiwi Farms is still up, isn't it, Keffels? But this was the big thing. Now, again, I noticed something really interesting, by the way, when Keffels was doing their presentation about this, and they talked about the Josh Moon section of the website. Because Keffels decides that they're going to, what's the term? What's the term when you use somebody's name that's been changed? When you have an old legal name and you change it, what is that trans activist term? Dead name? Is that what it is, Keffels? Did you dead name Josh Moon? Because Keffels pulls up his name change. He changed the name his daddy gave him. I'm sure Ralph is doing fucking cartwheels over this. But Keffels pulls that up and dead names Josh. Which, by the way, if you've listened to Keffels for the last 2 weeks, all they do is complain about being dead named. Don't you dare call me my name that I was legally born with. It's, actually, I don't know what Keffels goes by. Is it really Keffels? Maybe it is. I don't know. But don't you dare dead name
Jeffrey
me. Dead name's
Keffels.
Josh. Our trans activist, all right, doesn't care about pronouns and loves to dead name people. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on. Oh, now I know a lot of you out there are really curious. What is Josh's real name? I can't. I'm not gonna dead name him. But I'll tell you this: he was the boy that lived, bitch. He was the boy that lived. Keffels, what are you doing? House Gryffindor's fucking your shit up. Dead naming a wizard. What are you doing, Keffels? What are you doing? He lived, motherfucker. He lived! Keffels!
Wizardary.
You need to think about who you're fucking with. Abracadabra and shit. This wizard loves anime and you're fucking with the wrong person. Oh.
45 minutes? Do one of these things? It's insane.
Fucking House Gryffindor. She's picked a fight with House Gryffindor. What the fuck is going on the internet? I love it. I absolutely love it. Keffels, you dead naming a wizard.
Stuff like this that just makes like
You see this scar,
NG
bitch?
Plus like such a chore.
I got it from an am hole.
Like
when I was
you should
flying
be
my
able to skip this. It's a mini game.
storm over a ranch.
Not a required one either.
I was personally on that drone, Keffels. They shot me down, but I lived, bitch. I lived.
Jacket.
Amazing. Oh, the internet is a just magically silly place sometimes. I love it. Absolutely love it. Okay. So, this is, I want you, like, when you talk about spectacular failures on the internet, of just people imploding or shit going wrong, I mean, we've seen this with Ralph for like the last 6 months, right? But Keffals is like, they're really living up to that speedrunner mentality of how to embarrass yourself repeatedly over and over again. Like 4 or 5 times they've declared victory over Josh and the website, and then the website comes back up in like an hour. So now here's their big thing. They're going to protest Cloudflare. They're going to do an email campaign against Cloudflare. They've got their journalist friends writing articles, Time and Bloomberg and everybody else, about Cloudflare to try to create an artificial sense that there's an organic movement that agrees with them. Well, today, Cloudflare decided to respond. Cloudflare heard you, Keffals. Cloudflare understands. So let's go look at the response that Cloudflare put up. Let me make sure I've got display capture up here. Hopefully this works. Here we go. We're on the... excuse me. A little bit of a sore throat. So this is Cloudflare. This is a blog. They just put it up. You can see right there, August 31st, 2022. This is today, just hours before this stream. Matthew Prince, that's the, that's the guy, what is it, Dakota East or whatever, that she's constantly screaming at. Cloudflare's abuse policies and approach. This is the blog they wrote. Ready? Here we go. Wait a minute. What? Chat, what is that? I don't know what does this mean? YWNBAW? Quote us on that. For more information, hold your breath or click the link below. Chat? Do I have the... is this right? I think... Hold on a second here. Let me just double check my fucking sources here. I think I might have gone to the wrong website. I don't know what's going on. Matthew Prince is going a little bit hard there. Matthew Prince going a little bit hard. I'm not sure. Oh, I see. I just needed to refresh the page. I'm sorry, chat. Needed to refresh the page. Guess that was a technical issue. Yep. Oh, here we go. Here's the actual. Here's the actual article. Guess they had to do some editing, maybe. That was like a placeholder for the actual article. Here we are. Cloudflare launched nearly 12 years ago. And we've grown to operate a network that spans more than 275 cities in 100 countries with millions of customers. So they're just talking about their history, talking about their abuse policies and what they've updated. Now they start to get into a little bit of things. However, as questions have arisen, we thought it made sense to describe these policies in details here. Again, going over what their take is, how they work, what services they offer, DDoS mitigation, web application firewall, access rate, rate limiting, authoritative DNS, recursive DNS, just all that shit. A basic primer in what Cloudflare does when it offers DDoS protection or when they host different products. Talking about security services, talking about avoiding abuse and power. And this is where it gets interesting. Some argue, starting right here, some argue that we should terminate these services to content we find reprehensible so that others can launch attacks to knock it offline. Remember when I told you that Keffals was blatantly telling people, I mean, it wasn't even subtle. They wanted to strip away DDoS protection so they could illegally take down a website. And here's Cloudflare basically acknowledging that's what they heard too. Some argue we should terminate the services we find reprehensible so others can launch attacks to knock it offline. That is the equivalent argument in the physical world that the fire department shouldn't respond to fires in the homes of people who do not possess sufficient moral character. Both in the physical world and online, that is a dangerous precedent, and one that is, over the long term, most likely to disproportionately harm vulnerable and marginalized communities. Wow, that's really weird, Keffals. It's almost like, Cloudflare, saw you saying shit like, I don't fucking care about pronouns, and I'm a trans activist and I want to rule people through fear and dox them, and, illegally attack websites. And they thought, maybe that's not somebody we should listen to. Maybe fuck off. Maybe this is really a nice way for a corporation to say, fuck yourself. Today, more than 20% of the web uses Cloudflare's security services. When considering our policies, we need to be mindful of the impact they have and precedent we set for the internet as a whole. Terminating security services for content that our team personally feels is disgusting or immoral would be the popular choice. But in the long term, such choices make it more difficult to protect content that supports oppressed or marginalized voices against attacks. If you want to read between the lines a little bit, Keffels, Cloudflare's trying to put the training wheels back on your ass. They're essentially saying that useful idiots such as yourself that go out and destroy things that are abhorrent eventually become no longer useful, and then you get fucked by the power structure. And Cloudflare is actually, that's basically what they're saying. They're like, hey, idiot, once you get rid of Kiwi Farms and once all of this shit plays itself out, who do you think is going to be next? Probably fake activists, huh? They talk about refining their content. They talk about what happened in 2017 with Daily Stormer, and in 2019 with the image board 8chan. And talk about how even after getting rid of them, they saw a dramatic increase in authoritarian regimes attempting to have us terminate security services for human rights organizations, often citing our own language as a justification back to us. Now, let me close that for a second. So, Cloudflare is basically saying, yeah, we've done this a couple times in the past, and then governments want us to go after different groups of citizens, so hey, idiot, maybe shut the fuck up. Cloudflare's also saying, hey, idiot, we know what you want to do, because you basically said it out loud in front of everybody, maybe shut the fuck up. We're not going to facilitate your illegal activities and attacking a website once DDoS is stripped from it. So that's, congratulations. Remember, Phase 2. Where are we right now? Phase 2? How long has Phase 2 been going on? An hour? Phase 2 has been going on for how long? Where is it? Where's fucking Phase 2? Phase 2, campaign, live stream, website, email campaign, protest. I'd say in less than the span of 24 hours, Keffels got absolutely nuked out of the water. Just blown the fuck out. How do you get blown the fuck out that hard, Keffels? How does that happen? How do you get blown the fuck out that hard, that quick? You've been complaining for a week. You thought that all the journalist friends and the activists and former names of, niche micro e-celebs were going to be enough to bully a massive corporation into letting you run rampant over things you don't like. And you got blown the fuck out in the span of 24 hours. Now, I'm sure Keffels isn't going to stop. I'm sure there are going to be more articles. I'm sure there are going to be protests. I mean, you make good money off this. We saw from the GoFundMe. We saw from the Patreon. There's a lot of money to be made in this, so I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. But as far as Phase 2 is concerned, it fizzled out. Keffels, it was so short-lived. Andy Worski's boxing career. Andy Worski in the ring with Salt Poppy lasted longer than Phase 2 of your fucking operation to drop Kiwi Farms. The felted fucking Phoenix lasted longer on his feet in the ring, and he was knocked out in 10 seconds. They dropped on your ass with an elbow from the top ring, Keffels. Dakota East, he's out there, he's doing a little dance right now. He's doing a little Keffels dance. Laughing about it. I bet if we went over and watched Destiny's stream right now, Dakota East is donating to Destiny and laughing about it. And just, he sending Bitcoins to Josh and high-fiving people in the office. Oh, yeah. Not like this. Not like this.
Doing the tasks
No.
makes...
There is one more modern update. So,
go by
Keffels fled the United States. They went over to
perhaps
Europe,
idle hands.
whatever.
Truly
They
are
got
the
doxxed
workshop
by a
of the
doorknob.
devil.
I'm not kidding. Somebody...
I mean...
You got to remember, the internet, this is another thing. When He Will Not Divide Us happened, right? Remember Shia LaBeouf wanted to do his art project about Donald Trump? And people showed up for the first couple of exhibits, and they laughed about it, and screwed with Shia, and it was fun.
But then
And
it became
Shia
like a
got really
whole
mad, started
4chan
beating
thing.
people up, the cops are coming.
A whole
So he
4chan
moved the
scavenger
location
hunt. It was
somewhere.
amazing.
And they found that one. So then he moved it again where it was just a flagpole, and the camera's pointed at the sky. You remember that? And people used the sound of airplane noises and the angle of the fucking sun to find the exact location of the flag that Shia LaBeouf had put in the wilderness.
So amazing.
And then they used a drone to steal it. And then he had to start putting it in like art museums, and they broke in through the rooftop. Like, that's what the internet is, Keffals. That's when you put a challenge in front of people.
Weaponized autism,
That's
baby.
when you tell them, I'm in hiding, you'll never find me. They're going to start doing CSI shit with doorknobs. So they found Keffals somewhere, I think, like England
no.
or Ireland. I don't fucking know.
Oh no!
He will not divided us, Keffals, and found them with their collective autism. And now apparently being posted on 4chan. So I guess 4chan's next, right? If Kiwi Farms is terrible, 4chan must be next, because this was one of Keffals' more recent tweets right before this stream started. Yesterday I was ending the stream where I gave updates on Drop Kiwi Farms campaign. This was posted online just outside my address. Shortly afterwards, Ireland. Northern Ireland police came to the apartment I'm staying in because someone had attempted to swat me. And let me just enhance a little bit here, folks. Hold on one second.
All right, let's get out of here.
I'm gonna need to get some CSI boys out here. There's something of interest in this picture that I think we need to take a look at. Just put that up there. There we go. Let's just zoom in on the note that the person had. Now, I don't know, chat. Can you read along with me? So, dead names. I'll protect you, Keffals, and just refer to you as Ukas. Ukas out of our community. Iwi Farms, Altroons, something sister Kiwi Farms Force, for Sneed and sisters. Hail Josh the Corn Lord. But what does that bottom thing say? Ethan Gunt Ralph told me to do this. Uh-oh,
Joe.
Uh-oh,
Even
chat.
Ralph is involved.
Now, I know that Ralph was all saying that police report was 100% accurate. Oh my God, MTG's been swatted, and it's the staff at Kiwi Farms that did it. Did Ethan Ralph of the Ralph retort? Is this him? I haven't. Have you seen Ethan Ralph lately? I haven't. Did Ethan Ralph personally go to Northern Ireland and then wanted to get some credit and said, Ethan Ralph told me to do this? What is Ethan Ralph telling people to do? Shit, Nick. You already had 2 people getting arrested for connection with your group in Big Alaska. Now Ethan Ralph is directing people to holler at her? That's terrible. Ralph, what are you doing? There it is. I mean, that's Keffals. That's Keffals' account. I don't know what's going on, buddy. I don't know what you're doing. I disavow. Let me just say this. I fully disavow. Ethan, you shouldn't be doing that. It's terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. I can't believe you're doing it. Think of all the trauma that poor Keffals has gone through. Ethan Ralph out there directing shenanigans. Ralph, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing, buddy? In fact, I think we need to do a poll. Is Ethan Ralph guilty of this? Okay, let's let that poll. I put that poll up. I know there's always a bit of a delay, but we'll let some people vote on it. We've seen what Keffals says. Do we take Keffals at their word? Is Ethan Ralph guilty of this? Have they been sending people to holla at Queen Keffals? While you're voting that poll, let me remind you who we're talking about here. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Is this man behind the reign of terror that's going on right now, chat? Look into his eye. At least one of them. They both point in different directions. And ask yourself, is he responsible? Who has the most to gain from making Kiwi Farms go down? Ethan Ralph does. Who hates Joshua Connor Moon more than anyone on the internet? Ethan Ralph does.
You better pay.
Who would benefit the most from a false flag? Ethan Ralph would. Look at this mastermind. I'm thinking that note was a little bit of too much honesty. What does the chat say? How guilty is that? Is Ethan Ralph guilty of this? So far, 1 minute in, 92% out of the 4,300 that have voted have said yes. Guilty as sin. Send that man to jail. Oh, Ralph, you fucked up, buddy. You got caught. The chat's on to you. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go with the majority here. Too many votes to ignore. Far too many votes to ignore. Look at the face of terror. Look at the face of terror that's hunting down Kettles internationally. Maybe it was you, Ethan Ralph. Maybe it was you. Oh, he's a fixin' to holler. Okay, fair enough. We've had 2 minutes of votes. Let's see what the final result is. 5,100 votes in. Still consistent. 92% say Ralph is guilty of sin. 8% saying no. Those 8% must be confused. Clearly, he's guilty of sin. But there we go. Queen Cuffles. Oh, Ralph, what are you doing? What are you doing? You know, when I talked about this and said it's a larger issue than just simply a fight between Kiwi Farms and Keffels, it is. I think anybody pretty much knows the reality of what we're dealing with online at this point, don't you? And we all experience it daily at this point. It's a very restrictive environment. If you say things that aren't considered to be what's promoted, you're deplatformed, or you're banned, or you're thrown off, or you're demonetized. We saw that coming. I talked about that years ago. So did a lot of other people. I mean, it was very obvious kind of the direction it was heading. Clean up the internet, commercialize it more, get rid of the elements we don't like, segregate them out, and silence. And that's gone on now for quite some time, to the point where I bet if you wanted to go on Twitter, or on Facebook, or on YouTube, where we are right now, there are just things you can't say. There are opinions you can't say. And that happens to everybody. I know Ralph likes to go on about, oh, Daddy Jim won't say a bad word on YouTube. How many bad words is Ralph saying on that verified Twitter account? None. Because he knows if he does, it's gone. You know if you say certain things, you're gone. And so we exist in an internet where there are few and far between places where people can go and say what they want to say. Now, I know there's been a big argument about how are people going to defend Kiwi Farms. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Kiwi Farms is a great place. It's a shit heap. And I love it that it's a shit heap. It's a place where people go and they're mean. And they say mean shit. Kiwi Farms is a place where people go to gossip and be assholes. And there aren't very many of those places left. They get knocked off every year. We need those places. As the main social media platforms and the main video platforms get more restrictive, these secondary sites, outlet. Which some are large and some are small, or else the valve's going to blow. Knocked off one by one. There used to be an 8chan, doesn't exist anymore. Now they want to get rid of Kiwi Farms. Encyclopedia Dramatica, whether it's up or down, do you think that's going to last? And then what do you have left? 4chan? How long do you think 4chan is going to last? Got rid of 8chan, want to get rid of Kiwi, want to get rid of Ad. We got to keep 4chan, dude. What do you think's going to happen to 4chan then? There's your anonymous image port. It's going to go. And then you will really have nowhere to go. When those large providers, whether they're an image board or a forum, are gone, the places that let you say the things you want to say, to be an asshole like you really are, like we all really are at heart, when they're gone, they're fucking gone. There'll be small places, they'll exist fractionally, but they won't be loud. You'll be presented with a choice of say what you want and have no one hear it, or say what we tell you and be allowed in the conversation. That's what useful idiots do. That's what grifters and con men perpetuate. They knock out the places you'd like to go to say the things you want to say, and when they serve their purpose, they're cannonballed out and nobody remembers them, but the damage is left behind. This fight between Kiwi Farms and Keffels is part of that. You know, these pieces and players aren't as important as that overarching conversation. If you let them do what they're trying to do right now, it won't end with Kiwi Farms, just like it didn't end with 8chan. Over here. It will continue on. Think of the amount of places that used to let you do stuff that don't anymore. Look at the saga of Something Off. Even before Lotax went crazy on his goal Goldberry cookies, whatever the fuck they were, you know, and all the shit that happened with him. You could see the transformation slowly become more restrictive until he was forced out and had to sell, and then it became more censored. Look at something like NeoGAF and Reset Era. It got so bad that eventually the fucking site broke in half. Because it was so fucking restrictive. And it wasn't, their argument wasn't that it was too restrictive. It wasn't restrictive enough. We need Reset Era. We need to make it even more authoritarian. I bet there are a lot of websites that you use, whether it's well-known 2.0 social media or even the older shit, where you just can't fucking say anything anymore. You just can't. And that's a horrible kind of internet to have. Yes, people are going to be assholes on Kiwi Farms. Yes, people are going to say atrocious shit. Yes, they're going to make shit up just to get a laugh. Yeah, they're gonna do all sorts of shit. But that's the fucking internet, or that's what the internet was when people could say what the fuck they wanted to say. Now, Keffels wants to attribute deaths to Kiwi Farms and say people were driven to suicide. I don't believe it. I outright reject it. I don't believe that's true.
It's right there.
But let's take an example of where that could be true. Let's talk about 4chan. How many fucking times, I can't even count how many times I've seen somebody blow their fucking head off with a shotgun because of R9K. How many suicide threads do you think you've seen on 4chan? I've seen a few. How many murder threads have you seen on 4chan? I've seen a few. So if the justification to get rid of Kiwi Farms is that, I guarantee you the pressure that will be mounted will be on 4chan next. I guarantee it. They won't stop. They're not going to say, oh, well, we think people killed themselves because of Kiwi Farms. They're going to pull up WebMs of people blowing their heads off with shotguns and say, look, that's 4chan. That's R9K, that's Pol, that's B, that needs to be getting rid of. That needs to be taken down, needs to be sanitized. Can't sell a Toyota with that here. That is not an internet I fucking want. That's not an internet you should want. We shouldn't be co-signing quickened death of the last few places where you could actually just fucking talk on the internet. And that's what we're dealing with. And why are we dealing with that? Because Grifka wants to make money? I mean, there's more to it. Let's talk about some of the statements Keffels made that actually drew attention to them after people started digging into them. And I'm just going to focus on shit that's archived, right, on their Twitter. This is shit they just publicly said. But it'll give you an idea of why people are fucking fed up with this shit. So let me pull up some of these, and let's take a look. Because this is just from last year. Last year before they began their ratioing crusade on the internet. So here's the first one from back in June from Keffels' account. To all TERFs who might read this, I've assisted at least a dozen minors getting on hormone replacement therapy, cope, and seed. Somebody asked, tell me how. I used to help run a youth group for trans people ages 12 to 20, and we helped them by directing them to informed consent clinics where they could start taking hormones and show them how to use the medical system to get it covered by government health insurance if they need it. So this is kind of what Keffels is starting to talk about, getting young children below the age of consent, under 18, into taking hormone replacement therapy, into transitioning. Now, they frame it initially as, there was a youth group, we sent them to government clinics, but as it goes on, it changes. The story changes. As a former trans kid who's now a trans adult, I want to say to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, I will fight for you, we will win. There's hope for people like us in the world, they cannot and will not keep us down. This is from March of this year. If anyone feels lonely and needs to talk to, the Discord community on Twitch is a great place. So Keffels last year is talking about how they're going to provide services and direct people to how to transition while they're underage. Now they're inviting them into the Discord to talk about it. But we go further. This is from June of this year, so a year after they said it was government clinics and informed consent. Now they're saying, I am proud to announce I'm sponsoring the Do-It-Yourself HRT directory. Healthcare is a human right that no one should be denied gender-affirming care because of anti-trans extremists in office deny trans people their rights. This directory has saved lives and will continue in the future. They follow that up with, when I was covering it on stream, a teenager from Texas said when the ban on people under 18 receiving gender-affirming care happened, he used this directory to continue his medical transition. This is the path forward to help kids affected by these laws. I want you to understand what you're fucking hearing here. This is Keffels initially saying, I only provide resources from sanctioned clinics and the government to people that are under 18 for transitioning. To then saying, come visit me in my Discord to talk about what you can do. To then saying, here's a DIY approach to do it. Here's how we're going to provide care for people under the age of 18. To all the people coming to my profile because they are fans of Libs of TikTok, I'm not a teacher. You can't get me fired. I'm going to teach them, the kids who watch me on Twitch every day, and that's okay to love themselves. They are teenagers who are the courage to come out and have started transitioning because of my streams. I don't give a single shit about what you think. Call me a groomer if you want. History will absolve me. Just sponsor this.
History will absolve
the same
me.
thing. So, every time you call me a groomer, it makes me go harder.
There's nothing wrong with believing that. Just the hubris it takes to say something like that
So you
out
tell
loud.
me, do you think it's safe for some random internet user to teach your underage child how to brew up a DIY HRT? Are we talking? Is this like prohibition? Bathtub gin? Like what DIY HRT? So you're gonna tell them how to order chemicals online from stores that might not be reputable, how to cut it, synthesize it, mix it together, and then start taking it. And what if you get a dumb fucking 11-year-old, Keffels, that takes your DIY thing and doesn't measure it right, or tries to take it in a way that is different than how you might have put it up there, and not overdoses, but I don't know, hits the wrong veins, puts it in themselves the wrong way, gets a bad batch of shit from Mexico, that Chinese website that gave them the portion they needed, it wasn't actually estrogen, it was sulfuric acid, who fucking knows? So you're going to provide this information to children behind their parents' back, teach them how to brew it in their bathtub, how to take it, and be unapologetic about it. And then when people say, well, that's fucked up, then you start going on a spree about how you're, being persecuted, how it's anti-trans, how this is wrong, how dare you say this is wrong. It is. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely insane, Keffels. You know how many people in the United States are diabetic? Do you know how many people are directing them to go out and bathtub brew some fucking insulin? Probably nobody. Sure, might be possible, but you probably end up killing some people because of shit that's going to happen. And those are adults. And here you are talking about, HRT treatments. It's just insane. It's insane. There's no oversight. There's no safety precautions. You're telling children are just naturally fucking stupid. Children will make stupid mistakes. Children will not listen to important details. They're going to mix shit up in the wrong quantities. They're going to take it in the wrong way. They're going to do irreparable harm to their fucking bodies. They're going to go through mood swings and all sorts of crazy shit. And their parent, who's uninformed by this, is going to have no idea what the fuck is happening because you took them into the Discord to do this. And you're unapologetic about it. And then when a website like Kiwi Farms or a streamer like Destiny or whoever the hell else out there talks about it and says, that's fucked up, you shouldn't do that, then you're going to get them, quote unquote, clapped. You're going to get the website taken down. You're going to get them demonetized, deplatformed, banned, silenced. Because, you can't say that this is insane and the wrong thing to do? I don't even need to go into Catboy Ranch and all that crazy shit with fucking teenagers wearing dog collars and shit. And it's in the thread. If people want to read it, it's in your thread about that shit. What I'm more focused on is the blatant hypocrisy, which, I mean, why would if hypocrisy is a dime, it doesn't on the internet, but just how bad you are at hiding it, and the power grab that's very obvious, and the grifting for victim points and money and power that you're doing, and especially the idea that you don't think that what you're doing is wrong in relation to teaching kids how to make bathtub gin estrogen, which is probably a terrible fucking idea.
Sure is.
Yes. Oh, I like that. Somebody in chat said it's Troonshine. Can somebody copyright that name? I brought up some old Troonshine. Fantastic chat. I like that one. I like that one a lot. I'm not gonna lie. it's got a real good ring to it. Oh,
He's already drowning.
I feel like we've reached a point. We've already been at this point. I suppose what I'm trying to do with this sort of stream is just, and this is why I'm just using shit from Twitter. Just archived shit from Twitter. Don't need to pull out anything else. You know, people will generally tell you what they really are, and they'll tell you it quite loudly. And even if they try subtlety, it'll break through it. And I think Keffels has made it pretty clear what they're about and what they want and who they are. I don't see some, brave trans activist that's trying to fight the good fight and was bullied for no reason. I see somebody that likes to start shit because they want fame and attention, who got, shit started and made money off it and wants to start even more shit, wants to throw their weight around, wants to do goofy shit. And you're not going to hear the press report on it, the HRT stuff, the True and Shine, or any of that stuff, because it doesn't fit with the narrative. And, a great case in point, when it comes to Keffels, wanting attention and fame rather than, fighting the good fight, here's a great example. What accounts do you think that Keffels blocks on Twitter? There are a lot of people that'll post a screenshot that says blocked by Keffels. Those are small accounts. Now, if Keffels doesn't want to be harassed and small accounts are harassing them and they're blocking them, ask yourself, why aren't they blocking the bigger ones? Quarantine Coop didn't get blocked. Oreo and others didn't get blocked because you can't quote tweet them in ratio. You can't say, look, here's my villain of the week, give me more money. It's very obvious. If you felt you were being harassed, you'd be blocking all accounts. No, you block small accounts and leave big ones up because you want that ratio, you want that attention, you want that money, you want to grift shit. It's clear as day. Your actions are clear as day. And now you're hopping flights from one country to the next because Ethan Ralph is sending people to your apartment, I guess. People are looking at fucking doorknobs. You're Shia LaBeouf, Keffels. You've turned yourself into Shia LaBeouf. It's reached outside of Kiwi Farms now. Now other people are paying attention and going, what the fuck is this? What goofy shit is this? And of course you want that, because it's more villains. Everybody that laughs at you is a villain that must want you dead. Right? That hates trans people. That must be what's going on. There's a Key and Peele sketch, I think, that sums your ass up perfectly. It's these two guys in an office. One very quiet, one very flamboyant. Right? The flamboyant guy is super gay. And he's sitting there and he's just outright in your face about it. Got dildos and everything else. Being super obnoxious. He keeps calling the other guy. Keeps telling him, you're homophobic, you're homophobic, you're terrible, you hate gay people. As he's licking a dildo. Right? And then a few minutes pass and it's lunchtime. The quiet guy gets up and his boyfriend greets him. And they walk away. And the flamboyant guy turns around and goes, oh, maybe I'm not persecuted. Maybe I'm just a fucking asshole. Keffels, maybe you're not persecuted. Maybe you're just a dick. Have you ever considered maybe you just have an unlikable personality and you do stupid shit on the internet and people just kind of don't like you? Not because of the trans thing, but just you as a person they find to be just unpleasant? They don't like you particularly? Has that ever crossed your mind? You ever consider that a possibility? Yeah, go look it up, chat. It's a great sketch. I think it really sums it up pretty perfectly. It's pretty fucking dead on, I'll be honest with you. So I don't know what phase 3 is gonna be. I don't know what wonders await us for phase 3 because Cloudflare has fallen flat on its face. That's not gonna happen. Maybe they'll create more pressure. I don't know. I know more articles are coming out. I think Josh keeps posting up emails where they keep asking him questions and he just replies with the press of scum. So, my guess is this will go on for another, let's say, week and a half to 2 weeks. and they will use examples of bigger accounts to get those ass pats and those ratios, make a few bucks, you know, right? You know, get a little more on that GoFundMe and that Patreon, and then they're going to try to parlay this. This is what I think will happen. They're going to try to parlay this into an organization. So we start with the website and the grassroots activism, and then they're going to make an organization. Remember Bully Hunters? Something like that. So they're going to make their own Bully Hunter organization.
Bully Hunters!
And that's when the grifting really starts. Because, oh boy, are they going to be asking for really big... We need millions of dollars to fight this. It's not just Kiwi Farms, it's those goddamn 4chaners too. And those idiots over at Encyclopedia Dramatica. We need to take them all out. Burn it all to the ground. We're going to need millions and millions and millions of dollars. You know, I'm sure there are a lot of people that have problems with Kiwi Farms, and I'm sure a lot of people could go out and start their own hashtag and try to take it down. And maybe you'd have success. I don't know. But I'd ask you, if you're on that side and you really hate Kiwi Farms and you don't like Null and you want that gone for whatever your fucking reason is, take a look at who Keffals is. Just how they act on social media. And ask yourself, is that the person you want to stand next to as you embark on this journey going against those gosh darn Kiwis? Or would you be better off, you know, doing it on your own? Because Keffals is not the martyr, the civil rights leader. They're not the freedom fighter that they are trying to pretend to be. They just want to make a buck. They want to get powerful and popular. And they want to just put on a show to make themselves the center of attention. And it has jack shit to do with trans people, trans rights, or trans suicide. That doesn't mean a fucking thing to them. It's just smoke and mirrors. You're having smoke blown up your ass. Keffals just wants to use you, and they don't give a shit. You would be better off trying it on your own. What a fucking... It's been an entertaining show. Because I've noticed Keffals, when you don't respond the way they want you to, again, they want to paint you as a villain. When you don't respond as a villain and just laugh at them and point out the stupid shit they say, they spiral out of control. And you can really see that play out over the last week. As they've made outrageous statements and said stupid things and then delete it to make themselves look better. So I don't know, you know, I'm sure it's going to go into an organization, but maybe Keffals does something monumentally stupid in the meantime. I don't know. But I'm going to watch it, have some popcorn ready. It's a hell of a show. Right now, if I had to gauge who's winning the war between Kiwi Farms and Keffals, I'm actually very impressed that Null has held on as long as he has. Like, I thought, okay, they're going to get the media together. They're going to just hammer the shit out of this. They're going to put pressure on these companies. And these companies are going to fold. But every step of the way, there's little Josh. There's our wizard. We put up Wizard Josh, the boy that lived, bitch. you thought you had it. The boy that lived. There we go. That's a picture of Josh. So there's little Josh using his wand out there doing magic. I guess, I don't know. I'd have to give it to Kiwi. He somehow got the site back up. He got fully restored,
Thought it was
working,
Chapter 7.
with all the DDoS shit going on, with all the pressure being applied, with all the finances being attacked, with all the platforms and people being screamed at. Little Kiwi Farms, shithole of the internet, is still holding on. Because this boy knows magic. Oh, was this the fabled book that Rowling never released? Was this the Harry Potter and the Tale of Troonshine? Was that the one that was supposed to come out after Half-Blood Prince, but we never got it? Is this like an ARG that Rowling has put together for us to advertise the brand new book coming out we never expected?
What happened to
And everybody's just
here?
playing a part in it.
Just abandoned
Keffals and
us?
Josh are part of the marketing team we just never knew. How that story started. There's Keffals in potions class, stealing from Snape to help all the younger students at the school transition. And here comes Harry with his wand. He's not going to let it happen. Damn you Gryffindor bastards! If you hadn't have gotten in my way, I would have taken all those potions. everybody would have transitioned. At least 40% of the school. I see. Yeah, I see. Chat has a lot of subtitles for possibility storylines. I understand. Beautiful. Well done. Oh. I will say, aside from all this, thank fuck. Like, Ralph being a buffoon every month and Nick doing stupid shit occasionally. Like, it's a breath of fresh air. Now I can watch Keffels. Now I can watch Keffels do stupid shit. And that mentality, by the way, is part of the reason Kiwi Farms is popular. People like to watch train wrecks. People like to watch goofy people do stupid shit, and they like to say mean stuff and laugh about it. That's everybody does that. Your favorite live streamers that you watch, I guarantee, will talk about groups of people or events or things that have happened that are stupid or goofy or wrong, and you'll say mean shit and you laugh about it and you love it. Kiwi Farms is that in forum format. It's Encyclopedia Dramatica in forum format. It's 4chan in forum format. People like that kind of entertainment. Is that wrong? That's a philosophical conversation you need to have with the nature of what people are. I'm just saying the reality is, y'all like to laugh at dumbass. Right? I think at the end of the day, chat, would you agree? Should we do one final poll? Do we like to laugh at stupid people? Let me ask the community. Maybe I'm alone here. But I have a feeling a majority of us do. I have a feeling a majority of us do. Oh, we got an overwhelming 98% so far. Yeah. 1 second, chat. I've got visitors. I'm not sure which kind of visitors. Ooh, we'll see which one it is. Give me 1 moment, chat. I'll be right back.
A few moments later.
Okay, and we're back. And we're back, chat. Thank you for the potato delivery. I've got a lot of potatoes now. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with them all. Now, I'm a fan of shepherd's pie, which is very delicious. I also like a good baked potato with a steak. So, I can roll with any of that, really. Let me see if I can get you a picture. A picture of my glorious potatoes. Oh, you'll have to wait 1 second. I believe my wife said it was DoorDash that was delivered. I don't know how it works, but get you a picture of the potatoes if I can here. Oh, okay. I'm waiting on I'm waiting on the picture to be sent to me of the potatoes. Just 1 second. Here we go. Let me just, I guess I have to download it. Okay. 1 second, chat. Okay, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. show you what was delivered. Quite a few potatoes too, if I may add. Okay, hold on. Where did this get put? It's a very big picture. Let's see if we can get it up so you can see it. Can you, chat? Can you see the spuds? Are the spuds coming in? It's a lot of potatoes. It'll last me through the winter. Spud Chud Bros. Yeah, there you go. Spud Chud Bros. Oh, we're talking a lot of potatoes. That's a fuck ton of potatoes. Yes, has it turned into the year of the Spud rather than the year of the Chud? Maybe. Maybe. Oh, wait a minute. You know what, chat? I just thought of something. Hold on a second. I'm going to have to get rid of the potato picture just for 1 minute. I've had somebody deliver potatoes to me, so things have escalated, and now I need to go into hiding. Chat, potatoes have been delivered. Tactical potatoes have been deployed. I'm being spud bombed as we speak, and things have escalated, and now I need to go into hiding, chat. And the only way I can afford that
MP is 49.
is by selling merchandise. Remember to go to the Selfie store and buy yourself a fantastic hat or a sweater. Buy 2. I'm being potato hunted. They're changing the year of the Chud into the year of the Spud. Look at this harassment, this bigotry. I'm sending an Irish person potatoes. Clearly this is a death threat. Clearly I need to go into hiding. Terrible things are happening. Too many spuds are being delivered.
Sounds like Donald Trump
The
right
only
now.
way to fight against this intolerance is by buying shit from me. Because I
can't do
have to
Trump's
go into
voice.
hiding
I
because
can't.
things have now escalated.
I wish I could, but
Terrible.
I can't.
Terrible. Churlish and chicanerous. Alright, where were we on the poll, by the way? Do we like to laugh at stupid people? Let's see. 6,890 votes. Pretty good sample size. 98% said yes. We like to laugh at stupid people. 2% said no. 3%. Oh, Jamie. I'm gonna go. You know, now this may be mean, but I'm gonna guess maybe the 3% that said no are the stupid people being laughed at by the 97% that said yes. Could that be what's happening with this poll right now? Are the 97% bully jerks laughing at those poor 3%ers? Maybe. Potentially possible. Oh. I'm full of rap right now. Oh god, I forgot that tweet too. Oh, very wrathful. Very angry right now. So, that is the great internet. At least as it stands. I think you get the broader picture of what the larger issue is of the people involved. Is Josh Moon a good person? No, probably not. Is Kiwi Farms a good website? No, it's a shit heap. Should it be ripped off the internet? No, absolutely not. Should we be letting people like Keppels dictate where we can go and what we can say? Fuck no. Is Keppels a freedom fighter? Nope. Is Keppels looking to make money and get popular? Most definitely. Is Keppels doing some shit behind the scenes that's bad? It seems like it. Brewing up Troonshine in the bathtub, probably a fucking bad idea. I'd say that's a bad thing. Probably gonna, end up getting somebody hurt eventually because people are stupid and don't follow directions well. So I'm glad our little wizard boy found a way to keep the website up. I look forward to watching what happens with this. I'm sure it'll develop. I'm sure there's going to be an organization made. It just seems like the next natural step to make lots more money. Will Kiwi Farms win the day at the end? Will they stay up? I don't know. Shit could turn on a dime, man. The internet moves fast. But if they go down, others will too. HN went down. Years later, Kiwi goes down. And then you got Ed and 4chan, and once they're gone, what do you have? Where are you going to go? What are you going to say? You're going to be muzzled like we're all muzzled on every social media platform and every streaming platform. And it's not even going to be just, that small nudge towards not saying certain words. It's going to devolve into every place becoming like Twitch, where even if something is said that isn't directed at anybody, but it's an opinion they don't like, you're gone. If you behave off-platform in a way they don't like, you're gone. That's the kind of pressure you're going to start feeling once all these other places are gone. And if you're a smaller
enjoying
site,
the company of
a
elderly
smaller
women
image
right
board
now.
or a
Like,
smaller
come
forum,
on.
your ass is going to get chopped in half at the first sign of trouble.
Lame reason to use
You're gonna get your shit pushed in because you're too small to fight back. Part of this is given its size, Kiwi Farms, same would happen with 4chan and a few others, at least can get attention on it, so people can watch this circus play out. But yeah, just watch social media, watch how they behave, what they say, and it's clear as day that Keffals is in this not for the good fight, but to make money, to get popular, and that's all it is. And they'll sacrifice a good time and opinions they don't like to make that happen by playing international martyr and international victim, flying from country to country. If people are saying no wants on, I wouldn't even know how to do that. What? We're not even on the same social media shit. Let's see. Josh said they're planning subsequent attacks in women by women spaces. And yeah, I did hear that. Build your own internet? No. I've seen people try that. Oh, I see people are fucking with me. Chris Chan is outside my house now? Is that where he went? After breaking out of prison? Listen, I can't, there's no way I can pull him on right now if he does want to. I will do a stream with Noel if Noel actually wants to do a stream talking about the situation. But it'll have to be later on. Maybe on his, or I'll set up one for like next Saturday or the Saturday after. And we could talk about the more interesting details of Keffals. Because like I said, I mostly try to confine this to what they're doing on social media and the shit they're saying in regards to the site. That sort of stuff. I do know there is a bunch fucking more in regards to Keffals and what Keffals has said, done, and associated with, and the people that Keffals is running on. So maybe a follow-up stream. I don't know. But we'll see where it goes. My voice is shit, by the way, folks. So I'm going to have to heal it with some hot potatoes. Had a busy couple weeks.
Yes, I have been non-stop working shift. I'm actually a little bit stressed out.
A tiny bit stressed out?
Yeah, I usually handle stress pretty well, but usually it breaks after a little bit. But this has been non-stop, and every time it looks like there's a breakthrough, there's always something else that happens that's a bit more challenging. So,
well, I heard like the calm your nerves and stuff. People have been telling me like if you ever get anxious or paranoid or just stressed out, you have a little bit of moonshine. Apparently, calms you right down. It takes the edge off. I've been scared to make it myself.
Many software developers and other people in the IT field are actually large consumers of the Truneshine. It's almost an epidemic in the IT field. You walk into office, an open concept office space with cubicles.
Oh, I hope this.
Do something, right? I'm not hearing somebody doing it for a cause. I'm hearing somebody doing it for themselves. When you look at these kind of messages, is this somebody proud of the fact that he's standing up for freedom? Is this somebody proud of the fact that he's fighting against what he sees as some sort of oppression? Or is this somebody stroking his own ego and getting high off his own farts? I'm doing this. Look at me. Look at me. See how important I am. He uses these things, at least it appears to me, as a form of like ego enforcement, rather than because he believes it's a just thing.
Oh wow.
It's serving more Sargon than it is others.
That's not the weaklings anymore, huh?
But to back to your question, do I begrudge you trying to do something? No. Dake doing this shit. You don't hear me talking shit. Well, happy Sunday fun day to you. I hope you're all having a wonderful weekend. I know I am. I had a bit of a different plan in store for today, but some things changed around a little bit. So we had to adjust on the fly. Originally, this stream was going to be at about somewhere around there, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, in that window. But, so we're doing it now. Fuck it, we're gonna do it now. Now I will read the super chats as we go along, but there's a lot to get through, so I'm going to focus on that because I know that's what you're here for. You might have an idea of what's going on, maybe you don't. So I'm going to try to give a little background information before we jump into the really fun shit. So let's start at the beginning. Set the mood for you. It takes place at Applebee's. There's our waiter. Trying to drink us a nice soy latte. Look at him. Well, our big boy, our big Applebee's waiter, very proud of his outfit.
Proud of you too.
It's highly tailored. I think we're talking
Damn.
I can't really comment on it because I'm a suitless fuck and artless. I'm artless and suitless. So this is an amateur talking. But Sargon of Akkad was invited to the EU Parliament by the political party. In front of everybody, he was very proud of this. It was a big accomplishment for him. And for whatever reason, and I decided he wanted to send me some messages about his big of break out for actor. He wanted to share his glory, I suppose, with us peons. And so he sent his little and he went on the internet and he delivered this. Jim is a scared little boy. He needs to bully those smaller than him. I'm literally dealing with pan-European politics. I have a press conference about Article 11 and Article 13 today. I will be wearing a suit. Jim probably doesn't even own a suit. Blown the fuck out.
Oh wow.
How am I gonna pan-European politics? He's gonna be wearing a suit. How can I compete with that? I mean, sure, you might read those messages and come away with a different impression. You might be reminded of, I don't know, something like this.
Manager, that is very important.
Do not raise
Very
your voice
important.
at me or
You
at
don't
Derek.
talk
Do
to me
you
like that.
understand?
People are scared of me.
I drive a Dodge Stratus. You will fucking respect me. Sargon went and he did his big boy thing. We're all very proud of Sargon's big boy accomplishment. And people were tweeting about it. You could see people from the European Union talking about this, like War Plan Purple. At the European Parliament in Strasbourg, with Count Dankula, David Corbett, and Nigel Farage as they show love to the working man by posing for pictures with the staff of a local cafe. Isn't that nice of those finely dressed gentlemen to take a moment out of their day to take a picture with Sargon while he's, not too busy on his shift? I think that probably meant a lot to him. I mean, Sargon he's a big boy now. He's a very big boy.
I'm a big kid, look what I can do. I can wear big kid pants too.
Pull-Ups training pants work better than any other training pant. Pull-Ups have leak shields. They keep wetness in
God,
and
he knows how to
confidence
tie
high.
that tie. Aren't you proud of him? He's really come a
Big
long way.
kid confidence begins with pull-ups.
Look at the pride on his
Mommy,
face.
wow! I'm a big kid.
Now, perhaps Sargon was a little excited. Maybe he was just excited.
Dude, he's the coolest.
There are many things that could explain why you would send such weird messages to a stranger who's on the internet.
Dude, what a G,
lots
dude.
of different reasonings as to why Sargon might be acting like he is.
A lot of good points in it, mostly focusing on how human communicate.
But who knows? It'll have to remain a mystery. So, Sargon sends me his messages. And sadly, they don't stop Article 11 and 13. I guess having a fat man read articles about white feminism sucks. The EU Parliament didn't really convince them about data protection and individual rights on the internet. It's worth a shot, though. Fucking SJWs, am I right? He gave it his best. I mean, you gotta give him an A for effort. An A for effort. Sadly, he did not. Now, a lot of people made some jokes about Sargon and Applebee's, talking about how his suit was disheveled, just shameful, how it was all saggy. We all know what they say about sag.
If you sag off, your swag's off. You know the
Just not a good look. Sargon took umbrage with this. He wasn't happy about it. And he blamed me for all the harassment. Apparently, that's the story I'm going with. And decided he was going to set up a stream. And he was going to, I guess, stream his grievances about me. Now, initially, he had set it up 3 days in advance. That's when Sargon was going to do this stream. He was going to blow me the fuck out of the water. He was going to teach that motherfucker Vinegar a lesson. Big Daddy Sargon, the stepfather, head of the skeptic family, Don himself, ready to go at war with a shitload. Obviously an action future formation. So the date was set on Sunday. Begin at
My God.
3 in the afternoon. I, being the playful individual that I am, said, "That sounds wonderful, Sargon. I'm gonna stream snipe your stupid fat ass and make a shit ton of money off of you while I laugh at how dumb you are." Well, Sargon kept a break face. He wasn't intimidated by this in the least. He was going to stream at the designated time until he didn't. Until he decided to be a bit of a bitch and changed the time. Now, people are speculating that Sargon is afraid. Sargon's scared. Sargon worried. So Sargon decided to stream at a completely different time. Very early in the morning. Different than we adjusted on. And we are going to watch something. We're going to watch how a master goes about their business. This finely crafted shit that Sargon has put together. Now I want you to keep in mind too, one of Sargon's favorite memes. Because this is the father of fucking Pakistan. Right, this guy knows Alright, all the kids know about Pakistan. Maybe you've heard of Pee-Pee the Frog? Okay, this
Pee-Pee the
badass
Frog
came up with that. Fucking drew it himself and copyrighted it. So he's a meme master. Sargon of Applebee's. And I was a little nervous. But one of his favorite memes, he loves to pull it up and old man, you know what you're doing. How technically inept is Jim? Jim just wants to be one of those cool kids on the internet. He's really a boomer. Keep that in mind as we watch this amazing stream. Now, 1 minute while I pull it up. Get ready, grab some popcorn, get a fucking drink ready. This bad boy's like an hour long. We'll skip around. We'll get to the good shit. But let's hear his case. Because maybe I'm the biggest piece of shit on earth. So I think we need to hear him out. That's initially what I wanted to do, but I'm scared. Give me 1 moment to pull it up. I've got this saved. It's ready to go. I know I should be hiding under a rock right now, shaking with fear. I'm about to get taught a lesson by Sargon of a god. Oh well. Get this bad boy loaded up. Here comes the ass pounding against Jim. Oh shit. Look at those. We're gonna go for it. Okay, now hopefully you can see that. Hopefully you can see a few things. A couple things. That chat box on the right-hand side, Sargon, because he's such a great motherfucker, he didn't anything really. He decided to turn off chat. You know, just to teach the SJWs a lesson. Hey, Anita, you remember Sargon who said you're a hypersensitive little snowflake? Couldn't take the heat on the internet? Yeah, that's right. Same guy turned off his chat window. Remember how you used to cry about harassment? This badass motherfucker is gonna show you. He's gonna teach you a lesson. He's gonna turn that chat bar. So fucking brave. Just so brave and wonderful. I want this man to be my politician. Can we make him my Is that possible? Can we get him elected in the United States? Is that reasonable? I don't know. I want to build a shrine to him. I want to build him a little fucking shrine. Now that can't be right. I think something must be wrong with this video, because those likes and dislikes, I don't know what's going on. Why are there more dislikes than likes? Clearly the master of fucking banter, Lord Kekistan himself, shadowlayed the fuck out of people. Why would so many people be disliking this video? I don't know. Let's take a look. Let's play it. Let's see. He's gonna drop that right at the beginning.
I mean, these memes are like deep cuts, man. You've had to be terminally online for quite a long time if you get a lot of these.
Let me just mute that.
A lot of these
now,
references.
Sargon, being the hip guy that he is, knows that all those young kids, if they love one fucking thing on earth, it's Billy Joel music. I don't know about you, but when I hear teenagers talking in the mall, as I'm stalking them for my van, all they can talk about is how fucking amazing Billy Joel is. This is the most current hip shit on the internet right now. I don't know if you're aware of that. It's very amazing. So you forgive me, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit because I can't handle how cool this music is, because I'm just not that hip. So let me just jump ahead a little bit, just a little bit. I don't know what Billy's singing about, something about fires. It'll be a mystery to me. I just don't get kids' music these days, you know? Jump ahead too far. Okay, I think the intro's almost over. Yep, the intro's almost over. We're gonna go right to audio. Now watch me click over to audio so you don't get confused. You might get really fucking confused about what's about to happen. Here we go. That audio bar is all the way to the right. Are my speakers broken? Hold on. I don't hear any sound.
I'll beat your whole ass off.
I'm not hearing anything. Clearly the master of technology, this cool guy who's totally not a boomer himself, didn't start a fucking stream with his own audio muted like a fucking retard. And then disabled his chat so nobody could tell him a retard your audio is muted. That would be fucking embarrassing. Imagine how embarrassing that would be. You talk a bunch of shit to somebody, tell them you're going to stream at a certain time, and then run away from that time, disable your chat, and then fuck up your audio. And let's make it a nightmare scenario, hypothetically speaking, and you left that audio muted for like 20 minutes, and you're just smugly chuckling to yourself. Just a big fat fucking soy smile on your face as you smugly chuckle. Look at all the jokes I'm making up. They're all so funny. Oh, I bet the kids are gonna love this. The Printemon Kekistan. But I'm not. I guess are my headphones broken? Chat, can you tell me? Are my headphones broken? I think maybe there's something wrong here.
You're ganging up on your friend. Sorry,
something's gone wrong. Well, he's talking about a tweet. I'll read along until I can fix this clearly on my end audio issue. Let me otherwise known as Sargon of Appleby. Going to dox a guy for making fun of his suit.
He can't even do his main move. That is insane.
He jumped too fast. I don't have that vigor that he does. I'm an old man. I can't keep up with this. There's another one from Wild. I just want to prove big-time YouTube personality aspiring politicians intimidate people. That's kind of a deal breaker for me and many others. Intimidated? What is he talking about? Well, Sargon did have a bunch of links in his description. So like Kiwi Farm, recap. I'll hear him read along if he can fix his fucking audio. I watched it in just awestruck amazement at what was going on. When I first watched it, I was vaguely reminded of what it was like to have a grandparent with Alzheimer's and how they just stare vacantly at the VCR flashing. Like it's the mystery of the universe. Like, why is that nothing flashing? How do I fix this? I'm so confused. Remember, And I got that
Crazy how
feeling
fast
deep
people
inside
level
of
up
me.
in this mode.
Watching Sargon fumble and bumble his way around this fucking live stream. I can't hear a fucking thing. And I can't even read his lips. He's just got text up. And there are no subtitles. So Sargon's audience shows up, and they're watching a live stream with no fucking audio for 20 minutes. Apparently people had to call him up on Skype repeatedly and say, hey, you fucking asshat, maybe turn your microphone on. Maybe it would help if people could hear what you're saying. Let's skip ahead and see if we can find that moment. Is this the moment? No, I think this is when he fell down the stairs and broke his hip. Let's jump ahead a little bit more. No, I think he's taking his insulin shot. He's got diabetes. Is this it? Nope. Grandpa's still really fucking confused. What is this? What is this computer shit? AOL looks different. Grandpa doesn't know what's going on. Let's skip ahead a little more. 18 minutes in, has he fixed it yet? No, he hasn't. 20 minutes in, still hasn't fixed it. Dare I jump to 22 minutes in? Shall we see? 22 minutes in and
causing many to leave.
Here we go.
For quite as old as the subject of the stream. Anyway.
Now here we go. Sargon is written by Haberman. Now Haberman was the founder of the website Medicare. And this is after Haberman got trolls remorse and decided that paragraph long letter, and he's going to read some excerpts from it. So let's hear it.
14 damage.
Over the course of 3 years, we went through a lot of damage. We took the stings of our operations, claiming that the people were attacking had a key, or that they had known valuable weapons. It can be safely said now that our actions at the site are indefensible, followed by new elusive.
One damage.
Claiming that our actions would somehow act as hopeless and
7 damage.
I would have been more respectful if they just said we're just trolling for the fun of trolling. As new members are recruited, and we'll talk about that.
12 damage.
This is very interesting.
Oh, it is very interesting. I'm on the edge of my seat for this.
Our methods of trolling can closely resemble targeted harassment with crime when being dedicated to gathering and distributing every information of our unfortunate targets. YouTube channel dedicated to trolling over other users. Page website dedicated to mocking submissions of users' art and growing directory other services such as the original favorable front page coverage. At the same time, we managed to maintain a legitimate front by enlisting insidious individuals to create content for us, which less insidious individuals to create content for us, which allowed us to continue to pass ourselves off as activists and e-humorists. Of course, the true intent of the core members of the organization was far darker. Now I see why Jim doesn't think that I'm doing this just for the activism. Because he did.
Well, it is part of my Machiavellian master plan, but we'll get to that. Let's hear a little bit more of the backstory of the nefarious Haberman and the dark entity known as Metacore.
As opportunities for large exposure presented themselves to us, we took full advantage of them. Continuing to contribute to ED would eventually win a sysop status, blah 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 blah. We played a dangerous game with many of our operations, narrowly avoiding any sort of serious consequences for very serious charges. We blackmailed police officers, impersonated religious officials, intimidated the families of our victims, and punished unstable individuals to the point where they suffered complete breakdowns. Now that kind of sounds like it's still going on, doesn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with what Mundane Matt did. And I don't agree with Mundane Matt posting an apology to his Tumblr. Matt, you should definitely post an apology video if you want anyone to have any kind of respect for you in the future. However, I've been watching what's been happening to Mundane Matt, and my goodness, it's very reminiscent. Very reminiscent.
Now I'd like to take a moment, because I think you guys need to meet the Dark Overlord, the Duder himself, the Lord of the 24-hour ops. I think you need to see what he's like, to see if this matches up to the story you're listening about blackmailing police officers and impersonating people and driving victims to insanity and suicide. So I'm gonna pull something out of the vault here. I know I'm interrupting Don Sargon. Give me one moment. I think it's time the internet met Haberman. You've seen his picture for years, but let me introduce you to the troll god himself, the Lord of the Ops. Okay. All right, this is the supreme leader of the evil organization known as Medicare. If you have children watching, please make them look away. I don't think their sanity can take what they're about to witness. If you have a weak stomach or a heart condition, you've been warned. This is a trolled god you are about to witness.
Seems to like it here, okay? Check it. Yo, this your boy, Scooby-Doo Joint. All the motherfuckers best appoint your ears to this message. It's a message of respect. God bless us. Yo, much motherfucking wicked clown love. Speak up. I can't hear you over the sound of the dick in your throat. You can't cross this boat.
Damn, those are
My
bars.
castle is the Dark Carnival, hanging out with my
Bars.
juggalos. You can't enter, you can't trespass, otherwise we're gonna beat your ass. Yo, you think you're so hot shit? Well, guess what? You're just the lighter part, idiots. You're not anything that I can't beat. So get out of here, but you best move your feet. Yeah, okay. Yo, it's your boy, Scooby-Doo Joint reporting for Juggalos Online 666.
I know, it's harrowing. The troll god himself. I don't know how I survived my time in Medicare. Clearly this man is a demon god that walks among humanity, sowing discord and reaping sorrow. He's unstoppable. I mean, when you watch that video of him singing about his Juggalo allegiance, you can clearly see a man that can blackmail police officers. But let's get back to the blog post. I'm sure there's much more interesting things to listen to.
I mean, it seems weird as well. It seems that, I mean, it's not like I call Mundane Matt a strong person, a strong character. But anyway, subpoenas, takedown requests. Sorry, did I? Oh no. It's back up there. It's difficult to ascertain if we were directly responsible for any loss of life. The unfortunate reality is that we may have very well likely been so. It almost seems petty to say this, but the thought of this will likely haunt me till the day I die. Subpoenas, takedown requests, letters of legal intent, and pleas from the friends and families of our victims were all laughed off. We took nothing and no one seriously, and rarely faced any immediate consequences for our actions.
Can I get a whoop whoop from the chat? Much motherfucking wicked clown love. Okay, Hatchet Nation, can you hear me? Do you hear the Lord of Ops here talking about how the life ruination he wreaked on the internet? Okay.
One of the few measurable blows to Medicare of the Course File run was when we were removed from our seats of power on Encyclopedia Dramatica, but not before removing some of our primary benefactors, resulting in the eventual closure of the service itself. Which, I mean, that's, honestly, for me, out of this whole thing, that's the worst thing we could do. I'm a big fan of it. How dare you say that? But,
now, wouldn't you think that if Carl wasn't a complete fucking newfag imposter, he would understand that people that claim they've taken down Encyclopedia Dramatica have never once taken down Encyclopedia Dramatica. But he loves it. He's fucking hip with the kids. You saw Billy Joel at the beginning. Clearly, the words of this juggalo have a great deal of weight. Haberman destroyed Encyclopedia Dramatica. I know that's recorded nowhere on the internet, but it fucking totally happened.
Behind the scenes, and this is the bit that really gets interesting, egos among the core organisation clashed with one another, causing many to leave and pursue other projects. There was a palpable sense of paranoia, as well as those who remained not only feared the traitors, but the other remaining members of the organisation as well. There was no trust between any members of Metica, and none of us could truly call each other friends. Anyone who made the mistake of revealing any detail of personal information was consequently mocked and shamed for it, which I can personally attest led to a lot of pent-up stresses and pain. Ultimately, paranoia would be the primary force that would kill Metica, as several of the few remaining members I feared that I would repurpose the site more to propagate advertising a YouTube channel, blah blah blah. I wish I could claim it was because I'm mature enough to the point that I'd wanted to move on, but it had more to do with the simple fact that times have changed. Social media was quickly evolving, people becoming less concerned about the personal information being made, well, he says private, but I'm sure he means public. And our old tactics were having less impact on the new generation of Mexicans. Rather than growing to recognize the error of our ways, but by that point in time, we had simply grown tired. And so Mexico died not with a bang, or even so much as a whimper, but instead quietly overnight, and without anyone noticed.
Well, actually, Medeker died when Haberman decided himself guilty. I don't know, being the most hardcore juggalo on the internet. And somehow managed to wipe out every archive.
Doesn't bode well for me, guys.
Way back he's purged everything. You'll find like maybe one or two screen caps of what the forum was like, but there are no archives. He was so worried. He wiped out everything. Every trace he sent down notices to the archiving site that existed because he desperately didn't want Medeker as a name to live on. It's almost like I adopted the name Mr. Medeker just to fuck with him for laughs. I don't know. I can't comment on that.
Now I'd go into the rest of the post, but it's not how we became SJW.
Timing is off. I don't care though. we're running through this game.
SJW. Interesting how this is all about. The fact that Jim, my good buddy Jim, was directly involved with this. Now let's get to Doxapalooza. This is
Doxapalooza.
post that I'm particularly interested in.
There we go. One home run.
At the end of the day, it's very hard to fear Jim. I know what he's really all about. He can dox me again and call me a traitor or whatever he wants. It really doesn't mean much to me coming from a logical liar like him. Man, that's some shade there, isn't it?
I know. I mean, I'm blown the fuck out. Chat, can I get a B for blown the fuck out? I'm a pathological liar. That totally doxed him. You know, it's weird, because somewhere buried in the back of my mind, I can sort of recall having a fucking conversation with... Who did I have that conversation with? Who did I talk to about... Oh, do I have the clip ready? I might not have the clip ready. Hold on. Give me a second. Oh, Boomer Jim fucking it up again. Try to have it all nice and ready for presentation. Oh, no, I do have the clip ready. I sort of seem to remember having a conversation with, who was it? Oh yeah, Sargon, about this exact issue. And it's almost like Sargon has conveniently forgotten what I told him. Let's see if we can, I don't know, let's listen in a little bit, see if we talked about this at all.
Do you ever miss the Internet Aristocrat event?
No, because that channel was created, the reason the channel was originally created was to screw with the ED singers. Encyclopedia Dramatica singers. Back when DeGrippo ran Encyclopedia Dramatica, she would let people pay her to keep articles off the site. And the EDS singers was one of those people. So Haberman, who was friends with the SysOp on it, wanted to screw with the EDS singers, but he didn't want to put it up on a Medeker's account. That's why Internet Aristocrat exists. It was just to fuck with one group of people, and that was it. Oh, that's weird. I guess we did kind of talk about it. Well, that's convenient. I guess maybe in old age you have a bad memory and things slip your mind. Or maybe he was just really drunk and scared because he was going to get raped by a gay man that night, and so he couldn't concentrate hard enough? I don't know. I can't give you the reasons as to why Mr. Sargon of Applebee's might have forgotten these small
Sargon
details.
of Applebee's?
But let me enlighten you with the story of what happened with Haberman and who doxed him. And you don't even have to take my word for this. You can go look up the articles for Medeker on Encyclopedia Dramatica, or the EDS singers. or you can talk to any sysop that's ever been on the website. And I'm sure if you bring it up, it will jog their memory.
Sargon of
A long time ago,
Applebee's.
Haberman ran Medicare, and one of the members on the board, or one of the members on the forum, was LMTE, who was a sysop on Ed. Well, there was a group on Encyclopedia Dramatica, the ED Singers. Now, the ED Singers financially contributed to Encyclopedia Dramatica. Now, Haberman hated them, but he couldn't make fun of them. He couldn't make articles on them. He couldn't do anything to them, because Sherrod DeGrippo, who was the owner at the time, wouldn't let anybody fuck with them because they were giving him money. If you've heard of troll shielding, Haberman helped write the fucking article on that, and he wrote it because of these people. So Haberman starts fucking with them, and he convinces people on Medicare to start fucking with them. He's getting personal information. He's sending shit to their houses. If you go look on the ED Singers page, it talks about a Medicare member who's a friend from England who sent some dirty pictures to her friends and family. I wonder who was a member on Medicare that was from England that could have done that. Maybe starts with an H and ends with a bomber guy. Now, this proceeds for a while. And finally, the ED singer, I can't remember her exact name, but if you look at the article, you'll see it, decides that she's going to sue Haberman for being an internet bully. She's going to take down the Juggalo Lord. So she files paperwork, she gets his information, and she sues his ass. And that paperwork gets put up on Encyclopedia Dramatica. Haberman got doxxed because a fat girl got mad at him on the internet. And that is a verifiable story. Go ask a sysop. Go look at the article histories, and you will see that for yourself.
Hers are fine, actually.
So, you know, Jim, the pathological liar that doxed the Juggalo Lord, maybe didn't actually dox the Juggalo Lord. Maybe his internet war with Encyclopedia Dramatica and the ED Singers was what got him doxed. I don't know, but I am a filthy liar, so maybe you shouldn't go along with that. But let's continue. I'm sure there's more nuggets of wisdom in Sargon of Akkad's deep dive into internet lore.
Oh my god.
Pathological liar. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not the one who was part of an internet doxing group and harassment group that hated and feared one another because there was absolutely no trust between them. But I can see that if I'm being an activist on the internet and someone else sees that and they are part of such a thing, they could think that there were darker intentions behind it because they had darker intentions themselves. So we're going to go through a few streams now, and I need to go through a few clips because that was the original intent of this stream, but instead, what happened when I posted this is there was a fucking meltdown on Twitter. I mean, specifically from a chap called Wild Smile, who was leading the Gym Defense Force.
Yeah, Sargon is particularly angry at Wild Smile. I can't really comment on that. That's kind of like a side thing that was going on. But it's weird that Sargon would know what Wild Smile was even tweeting about, because Sargon doesn't have a Twitter account. Unless what every fucking person on Twitter is claiming right now is true, and that Warplan Purple is his Twitter account, and he's too much of a pussy to admit it, I guess? I don't know. But we'll listen to this, and then we'll jump ahead to the good bits.
Let me get this straight. Warplan Purple, otherwise known as Sargon of Applebee's, is going to dox a guy for making fun of his suit. That's some compelling, ethical behavior for you there, Sargon. Quite the future in politics in store for you. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know what kind of person dislikes a stream before it's even happened, but if you look at the stream now, there are probably well over 2,000 downvotes. Because that's not mad on the internet. They are not bothered.
It's so intimidating.
You know, not mad on the internet, like getting upset because somebody made a joke about your shitty looking and setting up a stream where you get angry at somebody for making fun of your shitty little suit. Not mad like that, mad differently, I guess. A different kind of mad on the internet. Sargon the Kekistani Lord, the ultimate young hip kid who's not a boomer at all and technically inept or stupid. He's gonna school us, so let's just keep listening.
At all, that I'm talking about a particular guy and they are not acting in defense of him preemptively. There is nothing to hide here. There's nothing to fear. Nothing's going on, and there's certainly going to be loads of doxing involved. Wild Smile is not lying on the internet. He's being totally honest. I mean, He doesn't approve of big-time YouTube personalities or aspiring politicians intimidating people. It's kind of a deal breaker for him, because he's an ethical guy. I mean, he is jumping...
Well, I would disagree with Wild Smile on this. I'm gonna have to take Sargon's side. He's not at all intimidating. Have you seen him? He looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Is he gonna bake me some delicious fucking bread? Like, I don't know how that's intimidating. It sounds like a full-fledged meal to me. I bet if I poke him in the little tummy, little appetizers will shoot out of his mouth. He's like he's a little dispenser.
To the defense of someone who was, for God knows how many years, doing exactly the thing that he apparently disapproves of. But that's okay, Wild Smile. No one expects consistency or honesty from you. No one expects that, because you're one of the people who joined it, weren't you? Weren't you? Or were you?
I see Chad is saying Sargon has joined to view with us. If you could give him instructions on how to turn on the video and get the volume to work so he can listen to technology. So just be gentle with the chat. Try not to say anything too fast. You might spook him. People have a habit of getting spooked easily. And I can see somebody having a heart attack. After all, I've got a whole list of victims according to the Juggalo killer. You know, police officers and all sorts of people. I don't want to add politicians.
But anyway, like I said, I'm not for doxing. I'm actually completely in line with Ethan Ralph here, the tall, upstanding pillar of society. I mean, he's just okay with having a doxer on his Discord server, but like he said back in 2015, it's not his thing, but I can see the lols. And I'm with you, Ralph. I'm with you. It's not my thing either, but I can see the lols. It's, you know, I mean, I wouldn't do it myself, but if someone else is going to do it, it's just a good old laugh.
桐生さんと行動するようになってからそれだけ最初は正直無茶をしすぎる人だと思ってましたが桐生さんの調子がいい時は
the formula for us. Sargon of Akkad's Thinkery channel has 296,000 subscribers, and his stream had 4,500 viewers at the highest number. My channel, which has less subs than that, has 268,000 subscribers. Currently has 24,000 people watching. I don't understand. Sargon, can you make that compute for me? Can you use your thinking thoughts and your big boy brain to maybe do the math for us? Okay, let's continue.
私は桐生さんにとって
言うまでもね生きていてそういう仲間に出会う
そう言ってもらえるなら嬉しい誰かのために戦うことができるあなただそしてこれから
He was an old friend of Jim's. I'll leave all the links of this in the description of this after I've finished, obviously, so you can go through all of this on your own and have some fun. But like I said, we're talking about our old friend Jim and his time in Metacritic in a previous forum called Bullshit Forums that I'd never.
You know, one of the strange things about Latvia Man's appearance on this, and he was, by the way, a former Medicare member, is he also said that I doxed Haberman. That's kind of strange that he'd conveniently forget that, huh? Considering you could go verify this for yourself, that Haberman got himself doxed because he fucked with the Edie singers. But, you know, just throwing that out there.
Well, listen to it. Make sure I've got all the sounds on because, you know, I don't have another boomer moment.
Smugly chuckles.
Okay, here we are. Samples of what I had to say for what a faggoting Sonic thing.
I'm fairly certain that's not actually Short Fat Otaku's audio. I think Grandpa forgot to take his stroke medicine, and maybe he tipped out of his chair, and his tubby little ass knocked the speaker over, and now we've got an echo going on. I don't know. You know, maybe I should take some of these enormous amounts of super chats I'm getting, because Sargon's, you know, in poverty. He had to do a fundraiser for a fucking lawsuit, the poor guy. Maybe I'll take some of this money I'm making, Sargon, of making you look like a fucking retard on the internet, and I'll buy you a Life Alert bracelet. So you don't, you know, end up dead because your fat ass falls out of your chair again.
Which is set up. Are you actually a Sonic fan? I was. I mean, I still like the games, but like I used to be, you know, an actual spurg in what a Sonic fan I was.
Oh my god! Hold on. Are you a furry?
No. I mean, I guess that would at least help balance out the fact that I'm not a trap, but no, I'm not a furry either.
To be fair, one of my regular guesses though.
Double trouble.
Let's not get into that.
Yeah, so bullshit forums. There was a forum that was mostly 12 to 13-year-old kids, all shit posting online and trying to be funny and edgy. And
how old were you at the time?
This was 2008, 2009, so I was 14.
Okay.
And
how old was Jim? Because Jim was on these forums too.
I have one of the posts there specifically has him referencing his age, which was I think 28 at the time.
Hold on, which post would that be? It's kind of.
Fuck.
We are unprepared as fuck.
As per usual.
28.
Oh my God.
Full song.
Yeah, but
This is older than holy fuck, dude.
yeah, this is long ago.
Oh my god.
Now that's part of his stream. The audio just it kind of stops. I don't. Oh, he's jumping around the time bar. Okay. He's looking for that time code. How do I program this VCR? The Golden Girls is on, and I want to record it.
Oh my god, so petty.
We did Shenmue, and then like for Christmas we did Yakuza. We've done both on. We kind of compared them, and I was like, no, I still prefer Shenmue. And then Black Mirror was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But let's what you want a little bit though.
I'm not saying just to address the chat. I'm not also saying that all of you are definitely kids. I'm not saying everybody who likes Jim is a kid. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, there is definitely like you mentioned a pattern in our PMs before this stream, and there was a pattern of where Jim would join a community and he'd be the oldest guy there by like 10 years, right?
Jim does thrive on the fact that he can hang around like much younger people than him, and he either might feel younger himself, or I think it's easy for him to.
Well, hey there, sweetie squad. You want to come into Uncle Jimmy's van and maybe get some popsicles? Do you like popsicles, little boy? But it's gonna get good. Trust me, I've got some lore following this one. You guys are gonna like.
Young kids, young boys, teenagers, whatever. They'll be impressed by him. They'll think he's really cool, and his ego might feed on that quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's really what like one of the big reasons that he one, that he takes off, and two, that he doesn't really hang out with people his age. You know, I think it's because like Jim would be what, 40 now?
He is pushing 40.
Yeah, and it's still a situation where he's probably dating somebody who's half his age. So I think Jade is like what, 23 or 25 or something. Like she's quite young.
I know. I'm a terrible man. I'm fucking a young Asian female. What am I doing? I need to get a fat old wife.
And he's still hanging out with people that are way younger. And well, what does that say about you when you're 40 and you're thinking? There's been this thing going around for a while that Jim is the guy who never left high school. He's like the 22-year-old who goes back to high school and like hangs out with the kids out back behind school. And that really does sound like it's the case. Only he's 40. It's, geez, like.
Well, I mean, to me, that says he's definitely not weird. He's definitely not grooming them, because that's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like a 30-year-old man grooming a bunch of kids to be part of his cool kids club for his own ego. And again, don't take my word for that. Let's talk to the person who was part of his little grooming operation.
We're gonna go deep into the grooming operation. I hope you're ready, Chad.
Oh god, yeah, that was definitely the atmosphere in Medicare, was that we thought we were like really elite, super users on the internet. We were on the cutting edge of trolling as an art form.
Were you actually?
No, not at all. I mean, we did some shit. People know like school.
Wait a minute, I'm so super confused. Did a former member of Medicare just say that they weren't on the cutting edge of trolling? And that it was just kind of a fuck around thing? Because I could have sworn that Sargon just read us a 32-page long post about how the Juggalo Lord of Darkness rained fire down upon the innocent people of the earth. That's confusing.
That was a project that we did. That was a source mod.
I've never heard of it, but it sounds awesome. I'd definitely play it. But yeah, just to,
he wouldn't play it. It doesn't have anything to do with raising another dinosaur's children.
just to be clear, and again, this keeps coming up, so I'm gonna skip to the timestamp. Sorry everyone. I know this is a pain. Be around here.
Just a bit, eh? Jesus. Okay, I gotta present everyone again.
いつでも行けるよ
But to be fair, make up some.
We'll get to that in a minute, okay?
Yeah.
Investigation.
任せて
Somewhere out there, someone has taken down the catalog. He's basically talking about blue lens.
結構調子いいかも
I'm not really good.
I'm sort of lost here. I don't know exactly what I'm on, but hopefully get to the that's coming up because that's the hotness.
私の番
Yeah, mostly just teenagers.
So, I think we've established exactly the way that my good friend Jim works. He finds a group of young kids and encourages them to join him on his escapades. And again, I'm going to put this grooming because that's exactly what it is. When a guy who's nearly 30 goes to a bunch of kids that are 14 and encourages them to do things. It's really fucking creepy.
Hey, all I've got to say is kids love lollipops. I'm not the bad guy here. So let's talk about these accusations that I'm running a grooming circle. Now, the Latvi man talks about bullshit forums and he talks about Medicare. One of the things, again, immediately forgetting as he explains his story, and this is something we can all look into if you'd like to. There's a Scottish gentleman, a very rich Scottish gentleman, who happened to love video games back in the early days. Farming 21, urinating 3, create a forum that he hang out on. And so he did. He created Axel Stripe. Now, Axel Stripe attracted a bunch of really early video game reviewers and let's players, like back in 08 and 09 and 07. Really early on. And I joined as part of that team. A lot of people did. Because I used to play a couple other guys, so I signed up. So it does fairly well for like a year. But personalities start to clash. These different, even back then, platforms was the bigger deal. Lots of fighting going on the until eventually it implodes. The guy that opened the forum up can't control it anymore. None of the personalities want to stick around anymore, and he shut it down. The forum gets shut down. Now the community that had built up around it decided they were going to go build 2 different forums. One of them was the bullshit forums, and the other was something like I don't know what the fuck it was called, like hot use or some shit like that. So when he's talking about bullshit forums and the user base there, what he's failing to mention is that they were all refugees from this other forum that basically blew up. That forum was comprised of pretty much demographics. So one of the things Sargon's trying to do is my audience is young, but I've trained up my boys at a young age. So if I went into YouTube analytics, Sargon's right, maybe I'm like PewDiePie with more experience. So let's take a look at my age demographics on my YouTube page. Let's see what it says. How many toddlers have I taught to troll people on the Well, I mean, we've got 18 to 24 at 35%, and 25 to 34 at 35 to 44 at 40%. But that 13 to 17 age demographic, that's only 2% of my audience. I don't understand. I thought I had an army of trolling 12-year-olds working for me. I've got almost as many 65s and over as I do 13 to 17-year-olds. I don't know what more to say. I think Sargon might actually be mentally handicapped. He's kind of fucking stupid. Sargon of Akkad is a bit of a dum-dum. What Richard Spencer said, Sargon, let me just quote it directly, Sargon, you aren't as smart as you think you are. I thought that was a funny there's a good little bit of banter, a good little bit of joking around. But at this point, I don't think it's a... I think Sargon is legitimately mentally handicapped. He probably rode the short bus to school. And I guess that short bus didn't have enough fuel to get his ass to school, and that's why he dropped out. Now, I'm not saying that we should pick on him for this repeat. I'm just saying that we shouldn't hang him because Tark's strength is a sight to behold. Well, let's go back to the story.
And I mean, we even have footage of Jim doing his stuff. Let's have a quick listen to this. This is surely not completely cringe.
Here we go, folks. It's the recruitment seminar.
そらよ。
問題ね。手加減はなしだ。茶番はしまいだ。
感知した。やるか。
感知。頑張りますか。
遊んでやる。
必殺。よっこらせ。乾杯。乾杯。行くぜ。
But the good part's coming.
Damn.
So, you say you don't know.
見さらせ。くそ。
私の番。
I recognize that voice. That's the voice of the groomer. That's some stranger danger chat. You need to be safe. He might spill the paint on you and take you into a woodshed.
頑張りますか。
どうした？
遊んでやる。
必殺。一息つこうや。乾杯。
乾杯。
やるか。
That's a pretty poor quality recording, but it does come from 2011. Or I guess Jim was 31 at that point, interrogating a 17-year-old about his 14-year-old boyfriend.
Yeah, geez, Surgan. It makes you think, why would Jim be talking to this guy while dating an underage across state line? Maybe it's because we had a sneaking suspicion that our 17-year-old was actually 19 years old, and that he was bragging about having nude pics of underage boys on his fucking cell phone. And maybe the reason we call him unbelievably dumb motherfucker is because we didn't fuck with him. Get it on as evidence, and then send it to his fucking family. I don't know. That's a possibility. That's just a possibility.
I mean, I'm not saying this is exactly the pattern of a groomer, but this is exactly the pattern of a groomer. In fact, it's really weird. It actually really reminds me of Pinocchio. And you might be thinking, what? That's such a fucking strange thing to say, but you know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of true.
Grandpa took out some of his animations. I'm gonna mute it because I don't want to get some kind of claim from whatever art company. We'll just let it play out as I talk to you. How are you liking this? I'm getting lit the fuck up here. How am I ever gonna recover? Oh, he's back.
I was like, wow, that's fucking weird. It's so weird. And he hangs out in a group.
What? We beat him?
These young lads.
We done did it,
to
baby.
Go and troll people on the internet for his
Didn't think it was possible. Didn't think it would let me.
Ego. Okay, wow. No wonder he's afraid of being doxxed. I mean, Jesus Christ, imagine if you were doxxed and you had your name attached to this behavior forever because you did this for years until the groups you're part of implode under their own disgusting weight. I'm just saying that that would be pretty bad.
Cutscene.
You know, especially as a near 40-year-old.
That's lame.
That would be weird and disgusting. But it's the dishonesty I'm concerned with. The dishonesty.
That's the problem. It's the dishonesty. It's dishonesty. It's not the allegation that you're running a mercenary army. It's like my own outer heaven. My own digital outer heaven. Sargon of Akkad. I'm Big Boss. He thinks I'm Big Boss on the internet. And I have an army of mercenary children wreaking havoc on web forums from here to hell again.
It really bothers me because my friend Jim is sick. And by the way, before I start this, the reason that I played a copyrighted song at the beginning of this stream, and the reason that the chat isn't on is so I can't make any money out of it. I can't monetize it. Any money that is made, if it was monetized, would go to whoever owns the copyright of the song. And you can't send a super chat to me, so you know that I'm not doing this for the cash.
Dude, Carl sounds so bummed.
I really want you to donate your super chats to
you can
my
hear the
friend
defeat
Jim,
in his
because he's
voice.
sick.
I agree, you should give me your money. I think Sargon's a smart cookie. He's using that big brain again. Now I know he's a big fan of rules and radicals, but I'm sure this motherfucker reads Sun Tzu every time he goes to bed at night. And this master of reverse psychology totally isn't trying to not let me keep super chat enabled. Don't want to shame me on that. I don't really give a fuck, Sergen. I've got 26,000 people watching, and I'm making a ton of money showing everybody what a fucking retarded asshole you are. Let the money roll in. Let the viewers increase. Let's continue.
Really sick. Really seriously sick. There's something wrong with it. I mean, it's not so wrong that he can't spend hours and hours and hours and hours every day laughing at people on the streams, but he's definitely super sick. I mean, listen to this. Sorry about the recent delays in videos. I had said when I started my Patreon that if I couldn't keep up with it, I would close it down, and I may be reaching that point soon. I don't usually go into personal details, but my health isn't the best, and lately it's been on the downturn, and you can definitely hear it in the joy with which he approaches everything on a stream. You can tell that this man is deeply, deeply unwell.
He is experiencing massive levels of joy, specifically right now. Sargon is like an alabaster potion. He's a magic for any ailment that could affect you. We need to bottle your little doughboy ass up and sell you to sick people, Sargon.
I have a better idea later in this week on the future of this and videos altogether. Again, not sure how this will all turn out, but I figured I'd give you a heads up in the meantime. Thanks for the support while this Patreon has been active. While I've been making videos, it's definitely helped. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that it's definitely helped, and I'm glad that I can truly believe that this is real and not a complete lie, and not a way of making money out of the children that you've been grooming on the internet using their parents' credit cards.
Smugly chuckles. Well, I know it's terrible of me as a content creator that's running a Patreon to update that Patreon and say, hey, maybe I'm, getting to the point of being too sick to continue this. So if the Patreon disappears tomorrow, thanks for the support.
After this one, we
keeping the people that are paying you money updated on what you're doing is a completely super troll thing to do. We learned that at Troll School. Haberman, the Juggalo Lord of the 24-Hour Ops, taught me this firsthand. He said, Jim, be responsible to the people that pay you money. That's how you get them. You get them good, buddy. You troll the shit out of them by updating them and trying to be consistent with them. Fucking blown the fuck out. Oh, how am I gonna recover?
So I hope that my good friend Jim is doing something they call quote-unquote stream sniping. Now, I'd never heard this term before, but apparently it's because of the numbers. Because this is a way of doing real-time damage control and making sure that you can say, oh, look at my numbers, they're bigger than yours. I'm very glad of that.
They are big. I'm sitting at 26,000. Maybe I'll take a picture of it and send it to you through the frame it, put it on your fucking phone, so you know what successful streaming looks like. That way you don't have to take up any space in your big brain or anything. You can focus solely on saving the political world in the EU. It's almost like you stopped Article 11 in the
I would not want to steal the numbers of a man so desperately sick. I mean, I don't want to point out that they're actually putting it at the top of the pyramid, me, then you, and then anyone...
Impossible. There's no crane on Earth that lifts this fat fuck high enough to sit him on top of a pyramid. He would crush it under his own ego. The weight of that thing would destroy the pyramid.
Who's watching you, and then anyone who happens to be streaming or making content about this after. I'm just saying, you've kind of created a hierarchy by doing this, and you've made me the head of it. Weird thing to do. Anyway, so the reason that I posted this, I mean, you're gonna find this funny. Any of this to work out the way it has.
Barely gives you anything.
I didn't expect any of this to go like it did. I thought that I'd be able to do a stream on the hotel Wi-Fi I was on, and as I was in France at the time, I don't know why, but it was screwing around with YouTube's Go Live Now. So
Oh, see, that explains it. I was trying to figure out why Sargon was being a giant pussy and running away. I guess some of the French rubbed off on him. Maybe the next picture we see of him won't be him holding up an Antifa flag, but instead will be a white flag, because he learned about it in Paris.
I just, like, it wouldn't, I thought I'd put it in advance of the current time, but it wasn't working, so I had to put it like 2 days in advance, just to get the thing to recognize that the stream was not in the past. I thought it was fine, but the Wi-Fi I was on wasn't good enough to let me press the start screen. It would always say, please wait while we're preparing the stream, and it just sat there, and I was like, oh shit. Because I just wanted to address some of the points that my good buddy Jim had been constantly making, because he's been trying to get my attention for a while. A long time.
I have been trying to get his attention for a while. Now, the thing you need to know is Sargon doesn't care. Sargon, he's doing big boy important things. He doesn't have time for Jim. Okay? Jim's low on the priority. I'm gonna school like Sargon deals with real world shit. It's not like, you know, he has an obsessive disorder. And I love it. Oh, rent-free inside his fucking head. I don't live rent-free inside Sargon's head. I mean, where would I get the idea that this guy is fucking obsessed?
With the right equipment, the image can be enlarged and sharpened.
What's that?
It's an enhancement program.
Can you clear that up any? I don't know. Let's enhance it.
Enhance section A6.
I enhance the detail and... I think there's enough to enhance. Release it to my screen.
Enhance the reflection in her eye.
Let's run this through video enhancement.
Edgar, can you enhance it?
Hang on.
I'm working on this reflection.
Those ABC stores pick up more of
The
those.
reflection of the man's face.
The reflection.
Elixirs.
Zoom in on the mirror.
You can see a reflection.
Can you enhance the image from here? Can you enhance it?
Can you enhance it?
Enhance this?
Can you enhance it?
Hold on a second, I'll enhance it. Zoom in on the door. Times 10.
Wait, stop.
Stop. Pause.
Stop.
Go back to the part about the door again.
No, clearly this man doesn't think about me at all. It's not like that video that's up on the Thinkery was from 3 months ago. And he's had a folder on me for 3 fucking months. Just tweet to teach me a lesson. That's clearly not what's going on here. Because that would be kind of fucking insane, wouldn't it? Surrogate. Might be a little bit insane. Let's get back to the video.
I don't even know how many hours of content about me that he's contributed to via live streams of presumably on channel because I don't watch any of their videos. I'm not subscribed to any of their channels.
He might be telling the truth. Maybe in his gym folder there were no videos. Maybe they're just pictures he stares longingly at, imagining us kissing. Don't worry, I'll get to that.
Because they don't make content that I find interesting. Now, I'm not throwing shade on the drama community. You know, I mean, I actually have quite a lot of respect for Keemstar because he's actually been operating in good faith. At least he had when I was back on Twitter.
Sargon has respect for Keem.
And with regards to public events that have been happening, his input was actually really valuable. So it's, you know, if people want to run drama channels. I'm not against that, and I understand why they do it. The views are amazing. You know,
Let me translate this into real talk for everybody so we can cut through the shit of Surgeon's speech. He knows Keemstar's probably watching this and paying attention to this little back and forth. He's scared shitless to say anything bad about it. So I'm just clearing that up. A little bit of dick sucking going on, trying to prevent Keemstar from ever talking about that.
Millions of my good buddy Jim is doing his drama streams, so I totally understand that. I'm not really interested in getting on the drama. I'm actually trying to do something. I mean that in earnest too. And so the whole point of my stream was literally just to answer a few questions he had for me that my friend V had sent me. And I can call him my friend because I actually trust him. And
well, Sargon, I trust my pets too. I mean, you train them well enough, and they're going to be pretty loyal.
It's the difference, I think, between me and my good buddy Jim, is that the relationships I have are based on mutual trust and good faith, whereas the relationships Jim has are based on having something bad on one another. It's a very key difference. Really explains the depth of paranoia within his server.
You know, just to clarify, when Sargon's talking about my level of paranoia, just in case anybody missed it,
Sarah, freeze that.
Full screen.
Okay, freeze that.
Vector in on that guy by the back.
Zoom in right here on this spot.
With the right equipment, the image could be enlarged and shrunk.
What's that?
It's an enhancement program.
Can you clear that up any?
I don't know. Let's enhance it.
Enhance section A6.
Enhance the detail and it doesn't have to enhance release it from the screen.
Enhance the reflection in your eye.
Let's run this through video enhancement.
Vector, can you enhance this?
Hang on. I'm working on this reflection.
Someone's reflection.
The reflection.
Zoom in on the mirror.
You can see a reflection. You enhance the image from here?
Hold on a second, I'll enhance. Pause it. Rotate 75 degrees on the first place.
Stop.
I'll cleave you in.
Clearly, I'm paranoid. Okay, let's continue.
And the lack of paranoia within mine. Anyway, let's answer some of his questions. These are very interesting statement you made. So we'll start him talking about my character, which again is another funny thing. Again, it's a little messy one, so you'll have to forgive me.
Everything I laid out in that is exactly what I thought. I thought Sargon is not as clean as he was. It's not a show sheet. It's not a show sheet. I don't think Sargon is not a show sheet. It's not a show sheet. I think he's dirty. It's not a show sheet. I think the canon shit, he was dirty. I think that he likes to send out his little capos to do bidding for him, like sure to better talk another thing if he's getting his hands dirty. What are you staring at? What are you staring at? On string where he says all live for me. I mean, this is a guy that wants to run for political office, right? He has no ambition. You know, what is he expecting is going to happen when somebody in the press pool comes up and says, so can you comment on the I'll cleave you in half. Jeez, I don't want to, not provide context. Sargon's been silly about providing context to all these clips, and I would be pissed if I wasn't a responsible big boy adult like he is. Can we find out what the white niggers are? What's that about? Let's see if I can find where Sargon might have been talking about those goddamn white niggers.
See, look, this is what I mean about the chat. I just can't bother to deal with people. It's really annoying. You are acting like a bunch of niggers, just so you know. You act like white niggers. Exactly how you describe black people acting is the impression I get. I'm just not in the mood to deal with this kind of disrespect. And I know it sounds like, oh my god, he's demanding respect, but yeah, to be honest, do you not think that, like, we should have a level of decorum and interpersonal interaction? And it's like, look, the internet is bullying me. I'm not saying you're bullying me. I'm saying there's just no point dealing with this kind of attitude. I know it's called trolling, but it's not like something I need to deal with if I don't want to have to deal with it. Upper class twat. Dude, I'm not an upper class twat. I can't fucking the most working class with my parents. Jesus Christ. It's just like, you understand that I'm a person, don't you? You guys understand that I am a person. And look, yeah, like, sorry, Sarkeesian, how dare I hurt sensitive feelings. Look, you carry on, but don't expect me to then have a debate with one of your faggots. Why would I bother? Like, why would I bother? You act like an upper-class type right now. Maybe you're just acting like a nigger, mate. Have you considered that? Do you think white people act like this? White people are meant to be polite and respectful to one another, and you guys can't even act like white people? It's really, like, amazing to me.
Why would he bother? You know, Sergen, he's a real human being. Okay, he's got. You can't run for me. He doesn't have time for those. I can't say it's just too politically correct. But our politician, future politician, he's not afraid to break those barriers. I think maybe one of the things that UKIP's student platform is they've got to do something with all those goddamn white niggers. But I just wanted to provide some context.
I'm sure that when I'm a politician and I'm standing there running for office, I'm absolutely certain that someone's going to come up to the press pool and say, "Excuse me, can I talk to you about mundane maths?" I'm definitely sure that's going to happen, and I'm actually ready for it too. I disavow. Disavow.
Oh well, Sergen's the big green one. I'm a stupid little flip. Why would the press be looking at some retard from the internet who's wearing a fucking shirt that says Free Kakistan? Look up things like white nigger comments. They talk about your association with some guy that's been accused of trying to pick up a knife and attempt to, I don't even know if you call it rape. I don't know what he did. Smooch. Because that's how you hit on the ladies. Little pro tip for all you troll kids out there that are part of my Outer Heaven gang. If you want to get the girls to give you a nice kiss on the lips, physical violence works well. At least that's what Mundane Matt's taught me.
Now, it's funny that everything that Jin is afraid of about me, I've demonstrated is true about him. That's weird, isn't it? That's fucking... I never said it would lie when it's convenient, but I know someone who will.
God, so strange. Yeah, he never took any money from theater. Never took any money from He's just part of these Skype groups. And their little group chat, they probably talked about the money they were making from it. And then when poor innocent, full of idiots was talking about how fucked up it was for these idiots to be supporting an app that's building an AI to censor them and everybody else. And they all went after it because they gave the money to do it. And his infinite wisdom would decide to pretend he wasn't aware of what was going on, even though he was tweeting about it the entire day, and go on to stream with harmful opinions, and tell him that just all sorts of Alex Jones and that no, it's just an app. It's also highly amusing to me, and I'm sure everybody else on the internet, that these absolutely retarded fuck-tons, that these just dipshits of the highest order built the device that created basically the adpocalypse. if you want to know why YouTube and Twitch are fucked into the dirt, you can thank the skeptics for that. And they were leading the charge to put harmful opinions in its fucking place. And teach that autistic motherfucker. You don't screw with the skeptics. Big boys of YouTube. You think I'm stupid?
But anyway, the reason, Jim, that people will while I'm not there is because they're my friends. I know that's tough to understand. I know that's really tough. But there's a reason that not one of these people I know you've tried, and you and your friends have tried to turn them against me, and there's a reason they haven't. I haven't done anything to them. I haven't got anything to them. I haven't hurt them. I don't publicly disrespect them. I don't do anything wrong to them. So
unless their name is Crowd, in which case you can conveniently record them and throw them under the bus later. But aside from that, nothing. He's done nothing underhanded.
I've got no incentive to hurt me. I don't know why you would, and I don't know why you think that. I'm sorry to tell you, Jim, but the person you don't trust is yourself. And I'm with good reason, it seems. Let's go.
The level of testosterone in his fucking ovaries is what I've heard Allison Prime has going. So a little bit of background context for that, because I want to be the responsible adult here and kind of get away from my grooming mentality. Sargon showing me the light here. Allison Prime was a dude during Gamergate that pretended to be a woman to get sympathy and money. And there's an accusation floating around that Fatima pretended to be camera lady who described themselves as an autistic, mute, disabled lesbian and talked about how they were like super fucking ripped, yo, and had a shit ton of testosterone, and they love slaying pussy. So that's kind of floating out there, so that's what that little joke was about, and everybody was curious. I can't comment on this. I have no say one way or the other, but just context matters.
Let's be honest, Jim. I mean, can you think of a politician you think of as trustworthy as honest? I mean, it seems to me that a lot of people who vote for dishonest politicians.
I want you to carefully pay attention to what I accuse him of lying when it's convenient and omitting the truth when it's beneficial to political ambition. And his fucking response is not, I don't do that. It's that all the politicians are dirty, Jim. What do you expect me to do?
But you're being dishonest here, aren't you? Because it doesn't serve me in any way, shape or form for Tonka and his Kumite to be called alt-right. That doesn't serve me in any way. What I said to Tonka is that I just wasn't going to waste the time. Because they're me alt-right. And I'm obviously not. It's demonstrable that I oppose the alt-right and the alt-right opposes me, and yet they call me it anyway. So my reasoning was, why would I waste the time? But you know, I apologize to Tonka on this one, because he pointed out that he actually had done the same to me, even though it was a lost cause, probably. He had defended my reputation, and I said, you know what? That's fair. That's up.
That's fair, Tonka. A little background on this. I should have had the right for this, but I'll try to give it as best as I can recollect it. You can go look it up and check if it matches up. People were accusing Sargon of shit. And at the time, defended him and said, you're wrong, that's not true. What you're saying about Sargon is untrue. You shouldn't say it, you should correct yourself. Now, Sargon allowed people to smear Tonka as being all sorts of shit, right, blah, blah, blah. And he didn't care, right? And Tonka essentially shamed him on stream by saying, why is it that I have a better moral character than you, Mr. Future Politician, and I'm willing to correct your story. I'm willing to let a lie stand because it's politically convenient for you. That's the background.
Absolutely true. And so what I am going to do, if someone does come to me and say that Tonka's part of the alt-right and Kumate's alt-right, I would defend him, even if the journalist isn't going to accept it, or even understand the premise, because that's really the main problem with the whole thing that you're trying to reference here, is that the people who you'd be talking to don't know what the fuck we're talking about. No one knows. People off of the internet, out of this corner of the internet, they don't know shit. And all I say to Tonka is, over the part where Jim doesn't understand. This is
exciting, isn't it?
Let's go.
Action-packed
Let's move on to the
stream.
next thing. I don't want to do this all day. This is actually the least important thing I have to do today. So let's just skip to how he was lured into a trap by you got him. That's Lou Levi blown out. Lou Levi is friends with Sargon. What a dick suck. Yeah, that's how. You're gonna give your answer first, then you'll hear the question. Jim, you're doing this all wrong.
But I'm not running for political office, am I? If I was under your tutelage, I guess I would have done it right, huh, champ? I get a message from telling me, hey, Louis Levé wants you to come on in. That's all I can do. All right, whatever. I go into Louis wants to talk to me about why, what stuff. I posted the book, which is funny as shit. And what do I see? And this, you know, I know you guys have this habit of running
Amazing. I love the way you think that Louis doesn't have a mind of his own, and that I puppeteer him. You know, I advise everyone against interacting with you, not with you, just the community of which you are part.
I don't puppeteer my capos. I just tell them not to engage you. That's adorable. It's like a bit of mild contradiction.
Because you're kids and nothing's going to change that. And if you leave if we leave you alone, you're going to self-destruct because your community is built on deception.
Now, don't you think he would take his own fucking advice? He advises people not to engage with me, and then dedicates a stream to me where his boomer ass can't get his fucking audio to work for like 20 goddamn minutes. And where if he had taken 5 seconds to look up any of the shit that he was talking about, might have found that some of it, maybe all of it, wasn't really accurate. But no, Sargon asks you to do things Sargon himself would never do. Only for you, but not for him.
But Louis wanted to do it, and so I said, well, okay, man. You know, I can't stop you. You go nuts, you know. But I was going to listen, definitely, because I knew he would blow you the fuck out. And my God, did he ever on that stream. But at first, he was nervous, because, you know, you're a big name intimidating a smaller YouTuber. Wild Smells, you might want to get on that. I know that's your threshold. And I was frustrated that he wasn't asking the right questions, and so yeah, I was in the chat because I was just an audience member. You demanded I come up, and so I did. But anyway, before we move to that one, there was one other thing that I just want to get to, because what I'm basically pointing out here, Jim, is that you don't know what you're talking about at all.
Well, I'm not big-brained. I'm just one of those plebs. I don't understand the great intellect of Sargon Sergen of Akkad. Me and Richard Spencer, we're just some dumb motherfuckers. But Sergen is a well-learned individual with his big boy brains.
Regarding any of these things, and I can just explain to you actually what's happened, and that's it. And I know you'll sit and go, but no, Jim, no questions, no answers. This is how it is, because I have no reason to lie to you.
Can you imagine the fucking ego on a person to say, don't question me, don't ask me anything, don't you dare question what I tell you. It has come from me, the beacon of fucking truth in the world, the infallible Sargon of Akkad, the truth speaker, Carl, the king of honesty. You need to go learn some shit before you come play with me, because I only speak pure, unfiltered, delicious, spring fresh truth.
I'm not part of your lying, doxing, harassing teenage fan club. I'm someone doing something in real life, and it's having measurable results, but we'll get to those in a bit as well. So let's get to Jim's impression of politicians. Now, this isn't the first-hand impression Jim has formed. Jim has probably never met a politician, let alone been anywhere with any of them and watched them work and operate and anything like that. Jim's assuming what they're like, and he's got a really high opinion. Let's go.
Aloha.
God, no.
Thank you.
Bad game design. Come on.
Compared to the United States.
Well, the men are cucks.
Well, that too.
Got him. Got him. Mission accomplished. Somebody hang the fucking banner.
Ready for this?
You're pathetic.
Yeah, I think the only solution for Europe and a lot of places is violence. I've openly stated that.
You don't want to go on record as that smart. See, now if you kept your fucking mouth shut when it came to other things, you'd probably be a lot better off. But yeah, I will openly state I think violence is a solution for many of the problems that the world is facing at the moment. Big Boss confirmed. Now you know what I'm trading those army of troll children in outer heaven to do.
Well, obviously, violence is always the solution of last resort for any problem. Ask the city fathers of Hiroshima, after all. But Jim seems to think that politicians aren't retarded. Jim's wrong. Jim's very, very wrong. So we'll jump to the Louis stream.
See, this is again the brilliant tactical mind of the 42D underwater backgammon genius of Sergen of Akkad. He joins a political party, and he goes to political events, and then he does a fucking live stream 2 days, 3 days after that political event, and he tells the world, politicians are retards. Hey everybody, I met Nigel Farage. By the way, politicians are fucking idiots. That's a good stratagem. What book did you read that from? You're gonna go far. You're gonna really climb the ladder, Carl.
Huh?
So this is the stream that Jim was kind of butt mad about, kind of blasted out about, and I think it comes from this point here.
running. I don't know why the audio cut out. That could be on. I'm gonna let it play. Hopefully it kicks back on. Oh, never mind. Grandpa's finding a different time code.
The best we can do, or the best Sargon can do, is to influence politicians to whatever degree that is possible. Is that terrible?
Dude, okay.
Why is that crazy?
Because that sounds so dumb. Hey, this YouTuber's going to influence.
That's
politics.
politics,
dude. It's all
that's just egotism. Come on,
no,
guys.
It's not.
Come
It's
on.
Jim, listen.
Fucking ridiculous.
No, it's fucking ridiculous. And a YouTuber could never influence politics. Could never influence politicians. Politicians are some high and mighty class of people.
You're going home in a
that Jim
body
has
bag.
respect for some reason. That Jim sees as being above him. And anyone who's trying to change something is egotistical. They have a savior complex.
I don't know. God, you know, I mean, that could be one interpretation. That's one interpretation. The other interpretation might be, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, throwing shit off the wall, seeing what sticks. Maybe YouTubers are fucking retards, and they overvalue themselves. Maybe thinking that you run a makeup channel or talk about the SJWs doesn't suit you best from the political realm. Maybe because you talk about how dumb feminism is, doesn't mean that people in the fucking European Union are really ever going to care what you have to say. Maybe a YouTuber that thinks they're going to go change the world because they get a little ad revenue, a couple of super chats, and a few likes on their video, are deluding themselves and are, you know, a little bit of hubris and ego, self-satisfaction, perhaps a bit vainglorious. I don't know. Just spitballing.
According to Jim, which is amazing. Because I'm just like, Jim, have you seen politicians? Have you ever met one? Have you ever spent any time with one? You'll find they're not quite as elite as they make out. Even the most polished of them are not as clever as you think. And now I say this as a person who has recently been meeting politicians. There's me with the head of UKIP, Jared Batten, David Coburn, the head of UKIP Scotland, and Count Dankula, an absolute fucking legend. And we're at the EFDD
Count Dankula running for politics,
Did we
dude. Getting into
influence
politics. What a moment in history,
What I'm going to say.
I'd vote for him through and
corroborate this
through.
with Count Dankula, who was in the room at the time, assuming he's not also lying. I mean, you know, everyone's a liar who speaks against you, Jim. So I know that I'm a liar right now, but I'll do my best to not lie and tell you how it went. So we went into the European Union, obviously. We were invited there by the head of UKIP. And we sat down in an oval room with all of the other UKIP, and it's part of a dissident group within the EU, a tiny, tiny group, because most of them are obviously Europhiles. And it's not just UKIP, there are some other, like, German and Dutch people in there, but it's mainly us. And they're talking about Article 11 and Article 13. They're boomers. They don't know what they're talking about. It's the internet. It's all confusing to them. They don't understand it. And so Batten turned to me and Dankula and said, okay, well, we've talked enough. Should we refer to our experts on the subject? And I was just, and you can confirm this with Dankula, I said, whoa, I wouldn't call us experts, but we gave them what we knew. And to be fair, we probably knew more than them because we deal with this all day, every day. And I know this is going to sound up my own ass, but I think we were influencing them. I think, in fact, when Jared came the next day, we watched the plenary session, and in
Do I really even need to add any commentary here? I mean, it's hard to really. I'm amazed he's got such vocal clarity with his head so far up his own ass, but there's no muffling or anything. That's like a circus ability. Like Sargon, if the YouTube shit doesn't work out for you, look up the Shriner Brothers or something, because you're gonna get big bucks for a trick like that.
In advance of that, we sat in the MEP bar, and I was asked to make some notes for Gerard so he could give a speech on the floor, and so I made some notes, and he incorporated these directly into his speech to the people on the floor of the European Parliament. Now, of course, it didn't stop Article 13. We only managed to delay it with the email campaign that we did in advance, but you can't say I'm not influencing them. You can't say that. You can say, well, it's just you. But these things happen all the time. There are activists who go to politicians all the time. You're wrong. You're just flat wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You didn't get to meet Nigel Farage either, who's an absolute legend, by the way. He's, I'm going to admit, I fanboyed. Danko was just like, you fucking fanboy, man. I was like, I know. But let's be honest, right? This speech is amazing. He goes up 25 years ago. I said I was going to get Britain out of the EU, and you laughed at me. You're not laughing now, and we had a good old laugh at that because that was just such good IRL trolling. I was genuinely blown away to meet him. A real gentleman, really funny guy. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I wasn't wearing well-fitting suits. I wouldn't want people on the internet teasing me about an ill-fitting suit that I had to buy in France because I'm well known for the suits there.
No, a couple of things before we move on. Now, I think I've come up with a theory on what's going on with Sargon's auto-control. I think, and I'm not a scientist, remember, I'm a dum-dum. So, just grant me a little leeway here, if you would, Internet. I think the mass consumption of soy has grown Sargon's tit so large that he is the first confirmed case of a male on the internet suffering from GOTUS. If you don't know what that is, look it up. And as I've got so much shit. I've got a bunch of shit. There's a lot of stuff. But that shirt looks awfully familiar. Another shirt, where was that shirt? Oh, I know where that shirt was. That was for how much you love me and cosplaying as me. I can't say that I've ever cosplayed as another man on the internet, but I am flattered, Sargon. I am flattered.
Jim, I've got to look, I'm not saying that I'm touching myself right now, okay? And I'm not saying that I'm look, all I'm saying is I'm not holding your dick as I'm going.
It's very flattering. If you want me to sign a picture and send it to you, you can add it to your collection. Put me right next to Nigel Farage for your fanboy session. I'm sorry to interrupt. We need to hear about how important Sargon is. How dare I interrupt the master?
It's important that you take my super seriously. I think that really puts the nail. But I know what, Jim. I know you're not taking any of this seriously, and that's okay. You don't have to take anything seriously. Why not? You've got a crowd of teenage boys around. I mean, you're living the dream. I think there was in fact, one last
Holy crap.
Some advice for me, so I think we'll cover that too.
Yeah, Kiryu's definitely about to hit that level 99.
見とれないではね。いい感じ。
Is if you refresh, it puts it back at the top, so you've got to try to scroll back down to where the last one was, and it's a pain in the ass. If there's a way to, there has to be a program. I don't know. I'll find a better way to streamline this, so I'm not missing people. Gamer Nation voice, everything else aside, I know we in the US are safe, but don't do it against it in his unsafe country. I've already given my opinion. I guess one of my criticisms for let me put this back somebody doing it for a cause. I'm hearing somebody doing it for themselves. When you look at these kind of messages, is this somebody proud of the fact that he's standing up for freedom? Is this somebody proud of the fact that he's fighting against what he sees as some sort of oppression? Or is this somebody stroking his own ego and getting high off his own farts?
I am definitely stroking my own ego and getting high off my farts, Jim. It's not that it's terrible.
Clip it. We got a little honesty from the politician. Clip that.
Terrifying to be there and have to deal with people that you only see on TV. I think I'm better than them. Way better than them. They're garbage. Jim, I'm not even under any threat here. You notice that I don't have a strike on my channel. I don't have a criminal record. I wasn't arrested for a video that I uploaded. I'm not the one who's going to go to jail if I don't pay the 800 fine. I am not in any danger. What you've said there actually applies to Dankula, if anything. But even...
Okay, this actually confused me when I heard it. I just accused Sargon of being an egotist. Does shit to serve himself rather than other people. And his response to that is that applies to Dankula, not him. I don't know why he's throwing Dankula under the bus, because in just a minute you'll see what my opinion on Dankula is. But well, let's watch. Maybe I could honestly be misunderstanding him on this one, but he lost the plot on this.
And then I don't think it does. I think he's doing it because he thinks it's necessary. And I think you're saying these things about me because they're true about you. But you do have a comment on that. Let's hear it.
I'm doing this. Look at me. Look at me. See how important I am. He uses these things, at least it appears to me, as a form of like ego enforcement, rather than because he believes it's a just thing.
Yeah, right, that's right. I've chosen to do this because it's not just, because it makes me great, because it boosts my... It's not that I would rather be making a video, it's that I would rather...
Sargon, what video games are you making? Let's look at the history of Sargon's video games. Let me just throw this up here, because I got it in the queue. You know, it's on the off chance. I've got it listed. I swear to God, I titled this Sargon's ability to commit. Let's take a look at Sargon's ability to make a video game. Oh, I remember this. This was Sargon's video game. He raised £8,000 for it, and then never completed. It's okay. He refunded the money 2.5 years later, because that's the kind of commitment he has. And also the fact that bilking investors in your Kickstarter is much easier than taking a loan out at the bank and having to pay back interest. Commitment, buddy. Okay, sorry. Let's get back to the video.
Standing on stage and trembling because I get stage fright is rather than I'd be streaming in the European Union. Like, I'd rather go all the way over there for some reason. And the thing is, Jim, I've noticed, I was thinking, but, sorry, really?
It's very weird.
Very weird.
But back to your question, do I begrudge him trying to do something? No. You know, Dankula did shit. You don't hear me talking shit about Dankula, do you?
Seems weird because it seems that everything you're saying about me is actually true about Dankula. I don't know why you would be bothered with me. But I think you see something in me that you can't see about yourself.
Yeah, I do see something in you that I don't see in Dankula. It's called being an egotistical cunt. Yeah, there's a reason I'm not throwing shade at Dankula for going to the EU. There's a reason I'm not making fun of Dankula for his suit, which, by the way, actually fit him. But there is a reason I'm saying these things about you, Sargon. I'm glad that huge intellect picked up on it.
I think when you say you can't influence politicians, it's not that it can't be done. It's that you can't do it. You can't bring yourself to influence politicians. It's not impossible. It's actually remarkably easy to influence. Have you not seen?
Oh, I see. I see a lot of people saying, "Why is there an echo?" Well, our tech god, the hip kid himself, Mr. Gekistan, doesn't understand how to make video clips play without enormous echoes reverberating through them. Just throwing that out there.
The amount of bullshit politicians spew that's nonsense, but has obviously come from far left activists. And if retarded social justice warriors can do it, how hard could it be for people who aren't retarded? Like us. Well, like some of us anyway. But getting back to it, that's the point, isn't it? You're wrong. You're just wrong. You think politicians are high and mighty, and they're not. And the thing is, I was thinking about this, why on earth do you have this kind of deep-seated insecurity, not just about me, but about the ability of YouTubers to actually have an effect in the real world?
Because they are YouTubers. Am I taking crazy pills? You know what, I'm gonna pause this. Maybe I'm fucking insane. I mean, I am dumb. We're all dum-dums. But, chat, I'm gonna poll you.
I want some honest answers from all of you. Do you think YouTubers are a pretty big deal? Are they hot shit? If YouTubers are hot shit, world-changing big deals, press 1. Press 2 on the other hand, if you think YouTubers are fucking retards and they make YouTube videos. 1 for big deal, 2 for your fucking YouTuber shut up. I'll give you a couple minutes. I'll give you a minute on that. You know, while that's going, I'm just gonna, I'll let that go. I'll let that go. I don't have any sound clips.
Spotify's on fire with suggestions right now.
Does anybody know if Sergen's in the chat right now been mysteriously whisked away to go to the UN? Has he been whisked away to go to the UN to fight for world peace? I may have seriously miscalculated the speed of this chat going by right now. I'm seeing ones and twos. I guess this is a divided topic. I need to sit down. Okay, I'm gonna shut up right now. I'm gonna let the beacon of truth continue. Oh, the fuck out, Jim. Yeah, get your ass back to Zanzibar. What are you doing?
I would say, if I was being charitable, it's because you just don't have any experience of it. But I mean, if I was being uncharitable, I might say it's because you're a loser who's playing for an audience of children. And you don't think that anyone else a difficult black pill to swallow. And if you say, well, only violence is the answer now, then that means that you're completely above it. There's no politics left. It's just war. I don't think it's quite that bad yet. I mean, one day it might be. Certainly not yet. But, honestly, I think the low shit talking has just made you lazy. You've been hanging around with people who make you lazy and stupid.
I'd have to say, I think this stream has been high effort shit talking. I'll let you all be the judges.
You rely on facts and you don't know what you're talking about. Repeating it to the point where you're like, you're just wrong. You are just incorrect. You're saying things. The thing is, this is the difference. I've been saying things that are true. Every time I say it's true. And you're going to claim that this is part of the city going, or get high off my own farts.
That really bothers him, by the way, because that's like the 3rd or 4th time he's brought that up. Telling Sargon he has an ego really fucks his head up.
But if I say things that are true, you say things that might be true, but aren't. That's the difference between us two. It's not that you couldn't do this. It's that you choose not to. Whatever emotional block that you have, whatever emotional problem that you have that makes you want to spend years grooming children online to go and kill people for your own ego and amusement. Whatever that affliction is you suffer from, it's not something I suffer from. I do it too bad. I mean, I'm not saying it's an implemented thing I can actually think of. But I can't think of what I'm saying it's not going to be offensive and insulting to you, so maybe it is. Anyway, was there anything else that I wanted to
time for closing thoughts. He's getting to the end finally.
I think that's it. But like I said, good luck with all the views. It's gonna matter. You're gonna need it. You need those dem super chats for them dem medical bills that I'm sure are piling up on your desk as we speak. I mean, Jim, you're just a fucking liar. You are just a liar. You lie to yourself. You lie to other people. You lie about other people. And at the end of it, you're the one who profits. You're the one who makes money out of it. It's almost like you've monetized immorality. You've monetized being evil on the internet for your own personal gain, your own ego.
I've monetized. I like that. I actually like that. I think I'm going to take that and use it. Because if I said something like that, everybody would call me gay, but he said it, so I can totally take it and use it. He's acting like I'm fucking Voldemort. He's basically calling me Internet Satan. Jim is the devil of the digital world. Come to lure your children away, like an evil Pied Piper for his troll army of super chats. That is a hot fucking take.
And your own viewership. But that's okay. Because when I'm sat down with MEPs telling me how corrupt the European Parliament is, when I'm doing various things and you're thinking, wow, look at that guy getting shit done. Look at him, high on his own farts. Look at that massive ego. I'll still achieve more by failing than you'll achieve by doing nothing. Isn't that incredible? Like, you won't achieve any of the things that I've achieved. And I know I'm massively egotistical there. So, yeah, I'll let you get back to grooming teenagers who are totally not mad on the internet. And I'll get on with the second important thing. And you know what, I'm taking actually a it's really interesting. I'm actually meeting up with film a documentary, like a mini doc, you know, on me. So I'm kind of nervous, because you know what the BBC are, they're gonna fucking, well,
from what I've heard, based on your Twitter history, you're quite familiar with the BBC. But that's another stream entirely.
I'll tell you what the journos are like. They're not very trustworthy. But so I'm kind of nervous about that. But I wasn't nervous about doing this. This is nothing. Your career on YouTube is nothing. No one outside of this knows anything about you. They don't care about any of this. And I'm not trying to do this to hurt your ego. Once again.
But I actually agree with you. You're right, doing YouTube is nothing. Why would anybody... It's fucking YouTube. I don't disagree with anything he just said. I'm not out to accomplish anything. I make YouTube videos. I put on streams where I laugh at retards like I'm doing today. You've said something that's factually correct, Sargon. I'm very proud of you.
I'm just saying things that are true. And they didn't know about, well, actually they did know about me. Faraj actually knew who me and Dankula were. You know, that's, again, I'm so sorry. I state true things, and that's an ego booster. I've got to stop it. But anyway, I'll get off. I'll let you stream snipe me for those precious views, and I hope it goes well. I hope you get something really I hope you sorry, I'm gonna stop now. Anyway, take care.
And there we go. So that was Sergen's stream. Like I said, earlier than expected. Or initially planned. Yeah. 1 second. Let me just get this off screen. Get everything the way it was set up. Okay, there we go. Sargon of Apple. He was supposed to stream in the afternoon, but he's totally not, you know, this was the least important thing he has to do today. He has other important things to do, like not be in my chat. He also totally wasn't scared, which is why he chose to stream at like nobody could leave comments. Very brave. It's very brave. Now he said I like to lay traps, and since he wants to get, you know, he brought up the subject of traps. Let's talk about traps. You know where this is going. You know, my goal here is like Sargon's. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Because as we saw in that clip earlier where he cosplayed as me, it's pretty apparent that Sargon is to some level. And that's not like an ego thing.
Pretty badass over there.
Everybody. Because he's literally a manlet. And if you were like 4'2", you'd have to crane your neck up to look at people. So my goal here is not to shit on Sergen. But instead just to talk about things. So let's talk about traps. Now, he had left a comment in his channel earlier, before his stream started, that was addressed to Ethan Relford. Relford posts his kill streams every weeknight, Monday through Friday on the Failures channel. Let's take a look. This is addressed to Relford. You know, how I like the ladies. By the way, he's married. Just want to put that out there. The married politician telling somebody he's going to go fuck their wife. Very politically, it's a big move. It's a big break. Always. No BBC reporter would be interested in
politician talking about wanting to fuck other men's wives. So anyway, he left that comment to Nora. Nora had a response. I was confused when I heard this response. Maybe you can help me out. Let's read along. Is that really his account? I'm sorry, but I lack a penis Sargon likes on his ladies. May I recommend David Shitrat instead? Ugly as sin, but I'm sure the HRT has helped you a little with his breaststroke. Well, what did Nora mean by that? Maybe she expands on it. I don't care if he's chatting shit about me. He was caught getting told off by his wife for constantly flirting with trans women. I don't get the own and I might pay your wife a visit, because that just sounds like a threat. But there's nothing scary about that rejected Teletubby. So what is she referring to? You know, my memory's coming back. I mean, I am an old man, but somewhere in my memory, I remember it was back in 2016. Let's see that any light on
you see the American flag
that looks like it's white.
Britain, they support
why can't you help yourself when it comes to flirting with women?
Made by the United
Just a couple
States.
days after the whole group.
Dead all the time. Always.
Had that. Had that.
Whoa!
Look at Uber Jim. The audio down. Not the important bit. That's on his stream. A Facebook message pops up from his wife. Question: why can't you help yourself when it comes to flirting with women? Just a couple of days after the whole boob thing, you message a fucking transgender telling them how good-looking they are. What the fuck is your problem? He clearly cannot trust you. Why would his wife be bringing up the fact that he's flirting with trans? That's so weird. You know, that jogged my memory when it came to the trap discussion. You know, can we make just a guess when it comes to Skeptos on YouTube? You know, there's some commonality when it comes to these big brain things. And I just want to see if you're catching any of that. Let's start with Sargon, because that's this is a YouTube comment he left a long time ago. From Sargon of Akkad. You don't actually know what a cuckold stepdog means, do you? It means I'm cucking someone else's numbnuts. And then he gets a response from somebody telling him how fucking stupid he is for raising another man's child. That would make him a cuck. But it's interesting that this theme of cuckoldry seems to resonate within this community. Well, take Crown T, for example. This was a post on a forum where he said he was never bothered with the idea of other men fucking his girlfriend. That it's just totally basic biology for us. Basic biology is craving some dick. Oh, and let's not forget Bunty King.
I'm a cock. I'm a fucking cock, guys.
How about Monday Matt? You ever hear the lovely story about the meth whore that he dated? Who fucked his best friend?
And then you got the other guy, the 32-year-old, the one who fucking knew I liked the stripper that I was dating, and then she still fooled around with him and everything that night that we met because we had devised the plan to get her to like me. It was fucked up.
That's so weird. It's like every male skeptic is a fucking cuck. It's like every one of them is a cuck. Is there an uncucked skeptic? I don't know. But we sure are finding a lot of them. A lot of them that are getting cucked on the internet. But, you know, I just, again, I'm a small thinker. I don't know these things. Not a big brained big boy like Daddy Sargoon. Sargon of God.
Sargoon of a God.
The YouTuber that will bring world peace. I mean, you heard him. He went to the EU. He's a big boy now. And they're influenced by him. Like, I remember before we lived under this oppressive feminist ideology. I'm sure you all remember the day that happened when feminism took over. That would be the day that Anita Sarkeesian and Zoe Quinn gave a speech at the UN. Which, by the way, Carl, is way more continents than the EU. That's why I know you're a little slow on the math. But once they gave that speech, clearly they're so influential and they're YouTubers that the world fell under the rule of feminism. So I think it's going to the EU to save us from that. I'm sure you'll have as much influence on politicians as they did. I'm sure sure we're all thinking about it.
Wait, how do you steer?
Might have folders dedicated to me. That doesn't mean that he's obsessive with people that make fun of him. I mean, sure, you can look at his history, and you could look at things like and then him writing fucking form letters to the alt-right, saying how he totally isn't interested and doesn't think about them at all. And this is what adult men do when somebody makes fun of them. They write form letters addressed to the people making fun of them, telling them they're totally not thinking about them. They're not living directly in their head. Oh god, this guy, I swear. Okay, well, you know, originally today was going to be... How do I want to do this? Originally today was going to be a Skeptic Day. I was going to have David Shitrat stuff. I'm going to have more Bungie King stuff, more Monday Matt stuff. That's going to get moved to next Sunday because Surgan wanted to take front and center stage, so I'm fine with that. I can oblige. And move around my schedule a little bit. I'm cool with it. He's an important guy, so I need to adjust for him. You know, I need to know my place, and I'm totally cool with that. He gave his closing thoughts. He thinks I'm Lucifer, running a mercenary army of children on the internet. And I'm fucking fine with that. I'll take that title. I will live with that title. But what are my final thoughts on Surgan? What do I think when I think Surgan?
All right.
Well, I think of an egotistical maniac that is really up his own ass, and that's probably surrounded by yes men that dick ride him for potential fame and money, and will never ever tell him that he's completely off the fucking rails. I'm, you know, reminded of a man that thinks that just because he associates with people that accomplish things, that he is accomplished. He's the only retard on Earth that could fuck up what it means to be vainglorious. Here's a pro tip, Zargon. To be vainglorious, the accomplishment has to be your own, not other people's. Just because you associate with a politician does not make you one. Just like me associating with a rich man does not suddenly make me wealthy.
Yeah.
I understand that you're very hyped on what you're doing, and maybe you will change the world. But my god, I really hope you do go into politics. I mean, you seem to think that I don't want you to. But you are a fucking retard. And the amount of entertainment I'm going to get out of it, and I think everybody on the internet is gonna get out of it, I don't care what the fuck happens to Europe. We need to get you into office. I'm almost willing to be your campaign manager to fucking guarantee it. Because I can't imagine the sort of fucking damage you are going to do to yourself and everybody around you. Because you are so fucking stupid, it's painful. But thanks for the assassination stream. You hit stream, you're gonna put me in my place and teach me a lesson. You fucking rank amateur. Maybe try a little harder next time. I don't know what to tell you. You look like a fucking buffoon. What's you fucking? This has been fun. I haven't ragged on a fucking moron like you in a long time. And he said, "Oh, Jim, you got a little lazy." You might be right. I think you've reinvigorated me. Because it's amazing to me that you are almost on par with fucking furfags. That like you're right up there with diaper furs, Zargon, when it comes to stupidity. And you got the energy flowing for me. You've really got me invigorated with this sort of shit. So I thank you, humble Applebee's Waitron. See, that's the politically correct term, by the way. It's a Waitron. I know it's fucking weird, isn't it? Thank you, Applebee's Waitron, for doing that. For giving me a little booster shot in my arm. From Roy is, anyone find it weird Zargon keeps saying, at least I'm doing something. But he's done literally nothing. The only thing he's ever tried blew up in his face. You know, you raise an interesting point, and maybe I should have included this in my closing statement. Sargon is, or if you're familiar with Ice Poseidon, right? He has a phenomenon called leeches, basically. He's very popular. He gets a lot of viewers, and all these people kind of congregate around him to siphon off viewers from him. They're like little parasites. Hey, asshole! They come in and they suck her on, and then they suck the lifeblood out of him, which in this case would be viewers on a live stream. Sargon is kind of like, he's not a leech, he's a lich. He's a literal soul vampire. Sargon finds a movement, and he sucks the fucking life out of it, until it's nothing but a dead, withered husk. He's done that with community after community. And once their withered corpse can provide no more sustenance, he moves on to the next. From the skeptics to the rationalists, the liberalists, part of Gamergate, just
one group after the other. Just a fucking undead lich roaming around the internet, killing off anything that he touches. It's like the opposite of a Midas touch. Mecha Romani.
Really pissing me off.
Realized that a lot of his audience also likes Jim's videos, so he's essentially calling a portion of his audience what a guy. Oh, and we have, I'm gonna have to pause that for a second. So potentially, let's see if I can find this here. This is killing the internet. We've won. Okay. We've got a new video from Soyboy. Let me put it up here. We've got breaking news coming from the Thinker. We'll get back to Super Chats in a second, everybody. 1 second, let me just get this queued up. It's only like a minute, 10 seconds long. Window capture. Alright, are you ready? It's called You Gotta Pump Up Those Numbers Rookie. It's on the Vickery, and I believe it was just put up. This is killing the internet. We've allowed these fuckers to get out of control. Absolutely out of control. They get these nowhere to run. And they literally measure their self-worth by. I mean, think of how pathetic that is. Think of how pathetic it is. Measure your self-worth by your view count, by your star count, by your sub count. I mean, what kind of life is this where that is what you measure your worth by? It's not the deeds you get, nor the things you've done in life, but YouTube, of all fucking things, is how you measure your worth. That's fucking pathetic. And I see this everywhere, and it just drives me nuts. It drives me nuts because they have this problem. I've got to say, smoking does improve your voice. You sound like a little boy. You sound like an itty-bitty little boy. Maybe I can do it myself. I don't know. I'm sorry. Since, you know, it's this entitlement that they think they're owed. They think they really are owed us. They actually admit that we should bow down and recognize their genius. Rants and tirades about shit. They will blame us for drama. They will blame us for drama of all fucking things. We didn't start the drama, motherfucker. You did. You did by getting our control. Me telling you that you're on control is not the control. That's the fucking drama. You're the cause of the drama. Not me. Not people like me, not other people on the internet who disagree with your bullshit. You are the cause of it. Well, I've been taught a valuable lesson. Oh boy, Jim. Are you embarrassed by your former words? Well, probably not, Sargon. Probably not. Because I'm not shitting on my audience. And on top of that, I'm basically pissing in your face. Because your ego is fucking massive. And you do measure your self-worth by the shit you've done on the internet. So, pulling in bigger stream numbers, I know that bothers you. That's why I keep referring to it. You know, one thing people have probably noticed about me is that for the majority, on the whole, I don't really talk about things related to YouTube. You know how most YouTube channels will have a celebration video? Like, I've reached a milestone. Hey everybody, I hit 1,000 subs. Hey, I hit 10,000. I hit 100,000. I hit 250,000. They'll talk about how big their channel is on their fucking Twitter bio. Or they'll do that on their Facebook. I don't do that. Because at the end of the day, I don't really see it as something that's a measurable thing. I don't go around saying, hey everybody, I'm a kind of a big deal on YouTube. Because that sounds so fucking gay, Sargon. I know this is probably hard for you to understand, so I'll slow it down a little bit. But the way I know that this bothers you and how I know it fucks you up is last weekend when I did my Skeptic stream, the day before that I was talking to you publicly on again, every week. Check it out. So I was talking to the and So I made a joke basically saying that your stream numbers are shit. And then I did a stream and I pulled in like 13,500, 13,500. And immediately after it, and this is how I know it really fucks you up and it gets to you, and this is why I'm going to continue. Immediately after that, you did a stream, not on the Twitter, and not on live stream. You did a fucking stream on your main channel of like 200,000 subscribers, and you didn't break 10,000 people watching. I know it bothers me, and I'm never going to stop. I pulled 27,000 Eat shit. Eat shit, you egotistical maniac. Get back to me when you can get this. Come back to me when that is something you can accomplish. Because I know you like to mention dick and shit. I'll just throw that out there. Sargon is totally not mad. Remember, he has important things to do today, which apparently is throwing a tizzy and putting up more video clips. Maybe you should have saved that hot fire for your stream, dipshit, and done a little more research. But again, I can't use, 10th dimensional chessboard. I'm just a dumb with the other plebs on the internet. My army of preteen boys that are watching. Monica Lewinsky and the Didnots beating the Kharkov early today. I'm enjoying it. I cannot deny that. I was really, I gotta be honest, this was actually really fun for me. When I heard he was gonna do this, I really expected a fucking train wreck, and this was far beyond anything that I thought he was capable of. Like, I didn't think it would be this bad, but it's like a fucking gift. It's a gift from the gods. It's manna from heaven raining down upon us. And when I woke up and I saw that I missed it, I was a little bummed. And then I started watching it, and I was like, why is there no audio playing? And then I started listening to it, and I was like, oh, fuck me, this is bad. That game right here. Similarities between Trout's gay little Operation Mincemeat and Sargon's underwater gnome plan seem supposed to be coincidental. What do you think? Well, I will be covering that. We're going to look at a little bit of internet history. Look at some of the big-brained ideas that the Stepfather has come up with in the past, and we can draw some parallels, make few comparisons on that. Finally, we'll leave it off with this one, and I'll read more later on. Tengu God, Mr. Medicare, the child predator, and his band of charging to Gamergate 2 headquarters, Applebee's. That is where the revolution is taking place. That is very much true. So I suppose it would be difficult not to start it off with this because everybody in these super chats and chat themselves would be interested. Let's talk about Rising Up. Now, I think we can all agree that the Chads and the Stacys, they need to learn a fucking lesson. And Sargon of Applebee's, he's there for us. He's going to teach us this amazing lesson. He's ready to tutor us, to let us bask in his big brain shadow of tutelage. Now, Sargon came out with a brilliant idea, and he pitched it on the and I happen to be a guest on there. What do you know? Now, chat, would you be interested in listening to some of this? Do you want to hear Sargon's big-brained idea? You can skip it, skip through, pick different pieces of it, but would you like to hear what his brilliant strategy would be? Because he's such a articulate politician who's going to save the West. And this is part of his 20-year plan. I see a lot of gang weeds. That's right, my brothers. Rise up. Rise up against this fucking oppression. Oh, we're all rising up in chat. Oh, look at this army Sargon has gathered together. I see a lot of yeses, a lot of people saying yes. I see one no, fuck you no. Nobody cares what you think. We're going to watch it. Like I was even asking in the first place. No, it's going to be definitely watched. I'm a cunt, I'm sorry. We're going to take a listen, we're going to take a look. Now, let me see if I can find this. God, there's been so many fucking fucking things this week. Alright, I think this is it. Watch a little bit of the Stepfather's brilliant battle plan. I feel I think he's gonna lead us into a bright new era. Luckily, this has a timestamp, so we should go pull this up on screen and we'll take a look at Sargon's brilliant battle strategy to save the West from all these SJWs. Let me tell you, the biggest problem we face today. And Sargon has come up with really the most brilliant idea ever. Now, he might be a little upset because it wasn't taken as seriously as he was hoping for. But I'll let the man speak for himself. Watch a little bit at the beginning, and then we'll get to the meat of his argument. We'll get to listen to his pitch in its entirety. All right, I think this should be the right one. Yep, there we go. All right, let's listen to Sargon shows up on the kill stream. Let's listen to his brilliant idea. Let's see where it goes. Everybody ready? Are we ready for this? Okay.
Oscar, what is your definition of drama? So I mean, you can look at almost any topic and say, well, you know, this displeases me. This is just drama. I don't want to talk about this.
That's a great question. I don't know. I suppose I would just say.
Where are my appetizers? I've been waiting.
Yeah, I would just say it's
30 minutes waiting. Where are my appetizers? My frittatas are gonna get cold.
Yeah.
Can I speak to your manager?
So ridiculous.
A big-brained idea. So
It's
I
a
wanted
crime series, you guys.
He's kind of glad I was there. I don't know how glad he was by the end of it, but he was very excited to have me there with Ralph and everybody else listening, because he was going to pitch his amazing idea to us. It's really smart thinking, not something us plebs could really come up with. I mean, us small-brained people, us plebeians, you know, little peon-brain motherfuckers, we can't get up to the level that Sargon's operating on. But he has got, it's ironclad, really. It's ironclad with his idea on how to save the West. Let me just adjust here. Let me pull it up. We'll look at it. Let's take a look. Timestamps. Find out what his great idea is.
Do you not think it would be really interesting to see how far we can reach this guy?
Who's we? That sounds very collectivist. I thought we were individualists here, Carl.
The collective interest. Do you not think that would be?
Do you think anybody on the internet gives a fucks about Gamergate at this point? It's become a joke.
I don't. Yeah, that's the point. That's the entire point.
What is your pitch exactly? Get the band back together? Is that what you're saying? Like, I don't.
What would? Look, they think Gamergate is a tremendous, universal and categorical evil, right? Who else do they think is a categorical evil?
Can you figure out where he's going?
I feel like I'm fucking lost. What are we talking? What is your plan? What is your? I guess what's your idea? Hit us with that.
Try and use a bit. Just try and look a bit ahead. Just look a bit ahead. How?
If we're talking about Gamergate, I'm looking.
You know, actually, let me interrupt this, because I think this is maybe a good point to maybe go over some Sargonism. These are things that I've noticed he likes to do on his stream. Maybe I'm out on my own here. Maybe you can agree with me if you look over his past things. I'll come out with a nice little image for later on and compile it on the list, and we can put it up on screen. But these are my list of Sargonisms. Sargonism number 1. He will always show up for his stream. He does this repeatedly, and I'm almost 100% certain it's some kind of weird, petty power play. By making the host wait for him, it shows that, I don't know, maybe he's more powerful or popular, but he does it a lot. Sargonism number 2. He always has to leave because he's very busy, or he's very sick. So he'll show up late, and then he'll leave early. These are 2 things that he does quite often. Now, Sargonism number 3, which we kind of see here, is he will say something vague and dumb, and then we fill it in for him. And if you can't fill it in, you know, for him because you have more than 2 functioning brain cells, he'll say something along the lines of, well, I guess you just couldn't understand. I guess it's too much for you. It's too far past your intelligence for you to grasp or comprehend. Let me show you the way by talking about it. Somebody wants to bullet point those for me. Keep track of them. You can tweet it at me later so I can come up with a nice little image. But those so far are 3 Sargonisms, which I've noticed quite a bit. Oh, and don't forget number 4, smugly chuckling. You can't forget the smug chuckles. They're always in there. Lots of smug chuckling. But let's continue with the brilliant idea of resurrecting Gamergate.
Behind me, not ahead of me.
No, you're not. You're looking way ahead. But you just, I don't know. You can't seem to do it, can you?
I can't. I need you to shine a light on it.
From the left wing's point of view, right? They are genuinely afraid of Gamergate, which is why they keep talking about Gamergate.
Is the punchline here Gamergate did 9/11? Because we made that joke already.
But it could be something nearly like that, like effectively like that. So,
see, that was a perfect example of a Sargonism. Smugly chuckling. Not really appropriate to smugly chuckle there, but he does it anyway. Just say something retarded. Wait for people to not know what you're talking about. Smugly chuckle. And then if they don't stop laughing at how dumb that is, tell them you're very sleepy and you need to go. But I don't mean to interrupt. Let's hear more of this.
What are you saying? Like, is it what I said though? What are you saying?
Gamergate raped and killed a woman behind an Arby's in 1990.
No.
That was just Gator, not Gamergate. Yes.
So again, if Gamergate is the eternal boogeyman, what would be the worst thing that Donald Trump could do?
These are going to co-sign Gamergate.
Get ready, folks. Here comes the kill shot. Here comes where this is the point where you can tell this man has read Locke. All right, we can't comprehend it, but he's up there with the big intellectual thinkers. Get ready. Prepare yourselves for the brilliance.
Okay. He doesn't even know what to do.
But he couldn't tweet out #Gamergate? Is that what you're like?
Most people have no idea what Gamergate was or is. I don't think you realize that it's a thing on the internet, but most people have.
So yeah, we talked about this before.
Because I was in it.
Yeah, we all know. Of course,
I wouldn't presume what people are thinking.
We all know. I'm just saying the public at large probably maybe 25%. Everybody on Twitter knows what the fuck it is. You know, a lot of the journalists and stuff know what it is, but as far as the public at large, they don't.
Okay, how do you get black people to join the alt-right?
Give them watermelons.
Fried chicken and Kool-Aid helps too.
That humor. Come on, my fellow white nigger. I know you. Just terrible. What an inappropriate joke to put in there. That's just horrible. We're doing big boy adult things. I never should have said that. That was inappropriate. I apologize.
Honestly, I thought that was a bit slow. You get Hillary Clinton to
Sorry, is there a punchline? I can only
Oh, you're being serious.
It's already happened. This is documented and verifiable. When Hillary Clinton denounced the alt-right, loads of black people took to Twitter saying, well, I guess I'm alt-right then. And I was speaking to a few of the alt-right people and they were freaking the fuck out, thinking the idea that a bunch of black people are going to invade a white supremacist because nobody really knew. So Hillary Clinton kind of set the narrative on it.
I mean, I don't have like official membership numbers from the alt-right, but is there any evidence that caused a spike? Okay, yeah.
But it was just, people, we see a lot of people on Twitter freaking out. And understandably so. I mean, if you're a white supremacist, the last thing you want is black people stealing your movements.
Yeah, I mean, I remember her speech and everything. I actually thought that was a tactical mistake. She wasted a whole day of campaigning, bitching about Breitbart and Pepe the Frog. So, I mean, what was that all about? Anyway, but yeah.
Imagine them whinging about Hillary Clinton feels the need, and Justin Trudeau feel the need to denounce Gamergate.
Yeah, that dead silence you're hearing, that's not the stream fucking up, that's not the recording being back. That's just stunned silence from people listening to this horrendous idea. So, let me recap it. Sargon's brilliant idea to own the libs is to get Donald Trump to tweet Gamergate. That's part of his 20-year plan. Apparently, once Donald Trump tweets Gamergate, the world changes. All the leftist journalists out there, they throw themselves off rooftops. They can't deal with it. It's just too much. Donald Trump said Gamergate, everyone. It's a big-brained idea. I don't think we can all appreciate it. And I don't think Carl really gets the accolades he deserves for the genius that he is. I'd like to go over a few more of Sargon's big-brained ideas because I just want to give you his track record on really smart things. In fact, we get an example of his super smart thinking in this stream. So if gamers can stop rising up for a moment, here was another of Sargon's most brilliant of ideas.
Okay, I just want to hear the pitch idea because the last time you pitched me an idea, okay, and you can go reread the conversation, was on Skype, and Google was. I want to just make.
I'll tell you exactly what was going on.
Why would you let me finish my point? When Google. You just don't want to be embarrassed. I know you don't want to be embarrassed. Then you let me talk, won't you?
Yes, let's talk one at a time.
Thank you. It's a big boy conversation. I really don't want this story at all.
You've done a stream about it, haven't you?
No, I haven't.
Jim, just release it. I don't care. Just release it.
I just want to go over the conversation, the last great idea you had, the big-brained idea you had before about Google and how you could fight back against the apocalypse. Was by taking.
What was it?
You were so excited. You told me Jim, we just have to tell everybody that we're Google's friends. We have to, if we appease, you quite literally went through that if we appease Google, Google will fight for us and give us our money back.
Oh,
And
it
I
turns
told
out
you
there's
this
no
is
information we
retarded.
didn't have for that. Did that come out afterwards?
Well, who told you it was a bad idea? I told you that's how it was going to play out, and you were so convinced. I was like, go for it, because it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, a little backstory. So back during the adpocalypse, I got a message from Sergen, and he wanted to talk to me on Skype. So I went on to Skype to see what it was that Sergen wanted, and he sat me down and he pitched me probably the most important thing I've ever heard. Jim, you don't understand. Google is the victim. All these ad companies are bullying Google. Google really is on our side. So why don't we all together, there was a couple aspects to this. Why don't we pull our money together and buy advertisements in newspapers and on billboards to tell people that we, the YouTubers, support Google. And we'll make videos saying that we support Google. Because if we do this, Google will give us our money back. Because we're kind of a big deal to the YouTubers. And if they have our support, they'll get rid of all that hate shit, and they'll stop flagging our videos, and we'll get all that sweet ad revenue. And I told Sargon at the time, that is fucking retarded beyond measure. But he was very convinced that this was how he was going to save, YouTube and Google itself. And nothing ever happened with that.
Congratulations!
That Google doesn't care about a couple of YouTubers. They're doing their own shit. They've got their own corporate culture. And advertising companies aren't going to bend a knee because some people that talk about feminists on YouTube said,
That's
"We
it
love
for
you,
today.
Google. We love you. Please
I'm
give
going
us
to sleep.
Please